out if this music's too fucking loud. Alright. How loud is the music? Yeah, it's pretty loud. Alright. Turn it down to negative 27. How's that sound? It's pretty loud. Alright. Turn it down to negative 27. How's that sound? Nope, that's still too loud. Alright. There we go. It's pretty loud. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just doing an audio test for the music. I turned it down quite a bit, so let me know if it's still too loud. I'm actually gonna turn it down even a little bit more, just... There we go. So hopefully that counts as actual background music. Howdy, how you doing, Kaiju God? How are you, my friend? Uh-oh. Yeah, chat box on screen's not working. Yay.
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 A big bone.
Captain Caboose, welcome.
Yay.
Alright, so yeah, I just got on stream right now some example minis of my Cornate Tyranids. I know that basically my painting scheme is High Fleet Behemoth, but I didn't actually look up High Fleet Behemoth before I got started with this, so I didn't realize that I didn't realize the High Fleet Behemoth basically was the Cornate Tyranid theme I was trying to do. So I guess I'm doing High Fleet Behemoth.
It needs to be bright pink with fluffy rainbows everywhere.
Yes, fluffy rainbows are a must.
No. I'm good not doing that, thank you. I am definitely good not doing that. Yeah.
No. You have to do that. 80s theme.
80s theme. I don't do 80s theme. We're gonna basically be doing one mini at a time. I'm not gonna be doing much batch painting. There's the chat box. Turner Hook, Triple X. He's a porn star. How are you doing, brother? How you doing today, Asmo? I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy to say that I got tomorrow off, and I'll probably be miniature painting a lot tomorrow as well. Most likely on stream.
Trapped in a really bad action movie.
You're watching a bad action movie?
No, Triple X. You might be, trapped in a really bad action movie.
Hey, I like Triple X. The original, anyway.
Yes, yeah. State of the Union was bad.
Yeah, but in a way that I say it's fun. It's like a fun bad. Wait. State of the Union is the one with...
Yeah, I have none.
State of the Union is the one with,
Ice-T?
Ice-T, yeah.
Or Ice Cube. I don't
know. The rapper
Ice
named
Tray?
after a drink.
Or is it Ice Tray?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. I know what I'm thinking of, and I wish I could, send you the image in my head.
You mean your telepathy skills are failing you?
I don't think my telepathy skills have ever worked for me. Ever. A whopping 0 times has my telepathy worked.
Yeah.
Which is a crying shame. Truly crying shame. Alright, so we're gonna start.
Make a very bad Tyranid then.
I'll debate that. Alright, so first things first. I'm doing a purple theme for the base, as is sampled right here. I'm very bad at doing this handling thing. Yes, as you guys can see, I did a nice colorful. I did a nice little touch up there with a ultramarine, an ultra smurf got brutally eviscerated by this lovely lady. This is a custom 3D printed Tyranid unit, by the way. I'm not going to be taking it to the tournament, unfortunately, because I don't think I'll be able to get away with this proxy, because it's going to be hard to explain to the tournament runners what it represents. My idea was a Hive Tyrant, but I don't think I can get away with that, so not going to try. But this is a Tyranid unit I'll definitely use for like casual games.
Nice.
Yes, I need a dry brush. Yeah, obviously this is just a Tyranid warrior, but I got a dry brush. I got to dry brush this bad boy.
80s theme Necrons.
Yeah, see, because it's just like this base purple. My goal is to get the bases to all look like that, which is the... This is, believe it or not, and a lot of people don't guess this correctly, but this base, this purple-esque base, is actually got the same base coat as that. It's just dry brushed with a white mixed purple. So it's given that really like dry, dusty, bright highlight. Actually, in a way, since you guys mentioned like the 80s kind of theme, that kind of fits, because the 80s has like those big, like powerful contrasting colors, right? Like with like really vibrant.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that kind of works with that base because it contrasts really strongly with the red Tyranid.
Either that or that the mid 90s where it was always that like neon pink and bright neon blue type color scheme.
Yeah.
They always used to have.
Bright bright colours. Everything was so bright and colourful.
Hell, even 40K back in the day was bright colored.
Yep. Oh yes.
They
it was
weren't
still
ripping
grim
off
dark,
G.I.
but
Joe
still
units.
so 80s.
Well, that's because it was the 80s.
Well, it's like that. What is the original Sister of Battle that has that combat stiletto who's hypersexualized with that giant 80s glam rock? It's just a picture of Tina Turner from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Literally, that's all it is.
Nah, Games Workshop wouldn't rip anything off.
Mad, yeah, talking crazy talk. Right, Games Workshop ripping shit off. Fucking daft right there.
Create a retinue
Hey, Billy Mel.
of Necron HQ units like Lords with that 80s glam hair, and looking like Kiss and all badass. I just think that would be funny.
Just punk rock Necrons.
Oh yeah.
Just to help me with like keeping the mini at a sweet spot with the camera, I'm gonna denote where that is with a nice little tape mark.
Yeah, very kind of shit.
Am I on the Asmogan Adventurers Discord? Billy Matt, I want you to think about what you just asked. Am I, Asmogan, on the Asmogan Adventurers Discord? I want you to think about this. I want you to use logic here. The answer is yes.
No.
One could almost guess I fucking run that Discord.
No. Is that the right answer?
I don't know. Maybe I'm talking crazy talk here, but I'm just saying. Alright,
This is what happens when during character creation you put 10 into charisma but 0 into intelligence.
It just reminds me of Aqua.
Oh, from Konosuba.
Yep.
Dude,
I actually finally
have to
watched
watch
that
all
anime.
through.
I only finally
She's
watched it
leveled-
recently.
Holy crap. He's leveled up so much. Her intelligence has stayed the same. It's 0.
Actually, I should probably share the stream on Twitter.
Not only that, but in the manga, I think what is it? What's his name and Megabeam are actually engaged now.
I just realized I kind of can't share it on Twitter because my keyboard's over there.
So
Not over there. It's over here.
Over there, and up there.
That's the light novel.
Isn't that when somebody gets hit by a crack grenade? Where's the Imperial Guardsmen. Over there, over there, over there, over there. Over here, and over there.
Everybody had Imperial Guardsman with the plasma gun who rolls 2 ones. Where is he? All he is dust in the wind.
Yeah. But you know what the Imperial Guards say to that?
Mm.
There's plenty more where he came from.
Exactly.
Another 10 step forward.
But yet, every time the angry Marine permanently kills a Marine, they just goes, another one bites the dust.
And another one does, and another one does, and another one bites the dust. Actually, that's not light enough. I need more white!
What's he saying, man?
Huh?
Need more white? What the hell is that?
No, Bruce.
What?
No.
Oh. So, kind of hoping War Thunder patch is going to be tomorrow.
War Thunder's getting another patch?
I hope it's tomorrow. Because I want to fly the Burt bus.
Yeah, I hope for your sakes, gentlemen, it is indeed tomorrow.
We need to get you to play. Come fly with us, Asmo.
I'm
You will
not-
have good time.
I'm not a
Or
fan.
go down in horrible
Not a fan.
flame.
Come fly with us. Come fly away.
Or better yet, you can play World of Warships. Come sail away with me.
You have to buy me dinner first.
Oh, I can do
Easily
that.
done.
That's alright. I even bring my own rig. We just call it the shaggin' whacking.
Hey, you buy me dinner. You can choose whatever porthole you want to work with, brother.
Yeah.
I'm a cheap date. Give me some McDonald's with any size fry I want. And while I'm chowing down, go ahead for the porthole. I can multitask.
Really are a cheap date. If I ever get up there to Maine, gotta suggest a good place to go. I shouldn't have said that, and I am sorry.
Define good place. There's plenty of good places around here, especially in the summertime. Oh boy. Yeah, if you're ever up here, I gotta introduce you to Red Barn. It's such a good restaurant. Locally owned, and by God, I've not had better chicken anywhere else.
As long as it's not, I don't like chains. When I go to like someplace, I always try.
It's
to
not a
look
chain,
something
it's a
up.
local joint. They recently opened up a second place, but that's it. Like, they got 2 places in the whole country, and they're both here in Maine.
Just no seafood.
Oh, Red Barn's got plenty of seafood.
It's a devil's food.
Technically, it's the Cthulhu's food, but, you know, not gonna split hairs.
Oh. Speaking of Cthulhu, I recently picked up Green. There's any more lore to write my scenario in. And apparently, the entire Fall of Delta Green takes place during Nam.
During Nam?
Yes.
What a
Like
weird...
full on 1960.
It ain't
Fortunate
me!
Son,
It ain't
Vietnam.
me!
Yeah.
I ain't no fortunate... and copyright, right? Copyright strike. He's singing the song! He's doing it terribly, though. But clearly he's singing it! Alright, mark down
He's
his video.
singing something. We can't make out exactly what it is, but it's something.
Battlefield Vietnam. What is the best battlefield ever?
Really
You
gotta
can annoy people with music.
You can annoy people with music all the time, wherever you want to go. It's brilliant. It's truly brilliant.
You just need to make sure you've got an attack helicopter and play Ride of the Valkyries.
Oh no, Huey gunship.
Any helicopter, just play Ride of the Valkyries.
Yeah.
There we go. Finally centered that bitch.
Yeah, when I took that Ford Phantom out, got me a ticket for an airplane. No time for fast travel.
Moose. Stream.
What?
Stream.
I'm not saying nothing.
Yeah.
It says I got a ticket for an airplane.
Yeah. I super glued the tip of this brush back on, so hopefully that'll hold.
I think I finally finished painting helmets.
Huzzah!
Nope. 2 left.
Yeah, that's what happens when you
Oh,
say
shit.
shit prematurely.
So, do your minis get the helmet stamp of approval?
Nathan, what are you doing up so late, young man? Asmo, if I'm watching a video on YouTube and I find you on Rise of Kingdoms advert pulling stupid faces and exaggerating your words, I'm not buying any more Wargame merch. Don't sink to that level. Wait, what? Rise of Kingdoms. What the fuck is that?
Is that some
Like
mobile
vibrate.
game or something?
I don't know. I don't even recognize the name. I'm in the dock on this one.
What?
Rise of Kingdoms is what he put in quotes.
Sounds like some mobile game.
Probably
Something
is.
you play on your
Only
mobile phone.
Rise of
Probably
game I
is.
know is Rise of Legends and Rise of Nations.
There we are. Make sure it's
Ah.
ultra focused.
Ha ha!
Oh, hee hee. It's off to the funny farm for me.
Y'all are weird.
Yes, and
Look up the adverts, you'll know what I mean. I ain't doing that on stream. They ain't getting free advertisement off my ass. Ah! Actually, is this empty?
Yes.
This feels weird. Yeah.
We're the
Gotta love how that shit
good.
dries out. Fuck you, GW. This paint pot dried out. Fuck.
GW paints
Yes.
never change.
Alright.
GW paints never dry out. What shitty paint did you add to it?
And that's dried out.
That's why I never use GW paints anymore.
I do for certain colors, because they're the only ones that actually look good. Otherwise, I generally do Vallejo.
I like
Yeah. I
Uh,
hope
Caboose,
Franz turned up.
Caboose has
Franz
been
turned-
terminated.
So I was like, he's gone into the Matrix.
Prepare to be terminated.
I was saying the paints I like are A&K or Army Painter. They're
Not Army
used
Paint.
by GW paint. Really?
They're like the worst paints in existence.
Army painters suck. They're great.
Well,
I
they have-
stand by this. They're great starter paints. But if you want to do any kind of serious painting, I would not go with Army Painter personally. That's an opinion, of course.
No, I get that.
They
I
are.
mean,
fair,
honestly, if I
I-
could afford them, I just use nothing but Tamiya. 'Cause I think they have the best pigment.
Quite happy with Vallejo. Most of their paints are pretty decent. Their airbrush paints are top notch.
What company?
Vallejo.
Vallejo.
They're probably, in my personal opinion, they're the best miniature paint producers.
All round.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Very
mean,
strong
there's some paints.
pigments, diverse colors, and they come in dropper bottles, which means they don't dry the fuck out like Citadel paints and their paint pots. So
Yeah, and they probably don't cost $12 for 0.2 milliliter bottle.
nope, you can get their game set for like $32, and it comes with
Sorry, GW paint.
15
Ridiculously
dropper bottles, something like
overpriced
that,
for what you get.
of paint. You
They're
can't buy
not
them.
the cheapest, but not the most expensive either.
No, I'd say Vallejo's intermediate on cost, but they're worth
Mm.
every penny in my opinion.
Yeah, since I've started with Vallejo, I don't think I'll go back to GW or any others. Like I said, there's certain colours that Vallejo seem to struggle on.
Which ones would you say?
One I don't think they've got the coloration right is
Just give my
the copper. Copper.
Copper.
It doesn't look like copper. It just looks like a metallic pink.
I don't think I've used their copper, so I can't say. With metallics, that's where I still go Citadel, unfortunately, because I hate to admit it, but Lead Belcher's fucking awesome.
One I quite like with the metallics that Vallejo make is Gunmetal Grey. That is a really nice one. That comes in a big tub as well. See, if you get the Airbrush one.
I'm thinking about airbrushing more and more.
I hear it's a luxury item, I would say, but yeah, it saves you a lot of time, and it can make it look really good once you get the hang of it.
Yeah, I've pretty much been using it to base coat.
I need a bigger brush to speed up the
Yes,
base
what-
coating.
Great bottle of baseball is for, not tiny airbrush.
Aww. Sounds all afraid.
I'm sorry, I confused primer with base coat. Never mind.
Ball, do you work tomorrow?
Yeah,
Damn.
unfortunately.
Hope the afternoon shift. I ain't
What?
keeping you up just to wake up just in time to go to work.
Not this time.
Good.
Actually, going back to the paints, one I am really impressed with from Vallejo is their transparent colours.
Really?
They are freaking amazing. That's what I'm using on all my Praetorians. Transparent red and transparent blue.
Really?
Paint it over like a silver. And it really looks nice.
One thing I could never find, even though I always wanted, is a decent glow-in-the-dark paint.
I unfortunately have no good recommendations on that. I've never worked with glow in the dark.
No, so
So I always wanted to paint up either a Rubric army, Thousand Suns army, or an Army of the Damned. It was like the different glow-in-the-dark paints and put them under a blue light, so they all glow. Or UV light, I should say.
It would look good if you did that with Nurgle or Tyranids.
Oh, bioluminescent Tyranids? Oh, that would be freaky as hell.
Yes, but awesome.
Oh, yeah. Especially the guardsman at night just sees this small little glowing thing and you know, what's that? Gets his face ripped off immediately.
gives us something to point our flashlights at.
I will say,
We have already told you once,
evolutionarily,
Captain of the regiment, you are not
glow-in-the-dark
to
would
have
be
sex with
counterintuitive.
your lasgun.
Just remember how to defeat an orc. Orcs are very stupid. They can easily be taken down by an accurate shot from a lasgun. If in close quarters, draw a combat knife as orcs are slow and sluggish.
And that is true.
God, go on to this crusade.
They're
The
stupid.
Demonculous
That part's
Crusade
true.
version of the Upliving Primer.
The Imperial Guard's Uplifting Primer, best book GW's ever written.
If a guard actually took that seriously, they'd fucking die.
They
Day
do
one.
take that seriously. It even shows you how to. It even shows you pictures on how to do it, how to kill an orc.
And they have
wrote that
illustrations of the
wanted-
orcs that
wanted
are
guardsmen to
smaller
die,
than
I'm
the
telling you.
guardsmen.
That works. 0.001% of the time,
Yeah, I need
which is a pretty good success rate for the Imperial Guard
Yeah, this brush is...
as an individual.
So I'm the guardsman. I'd rather be a Takison or a vehicle crew member.
Nah.
Or a DKOK Grenadier because, you know, suicide is fun. No, God, no!
Yes, everybody
I
on
just
stream,
realized what I
please
said.
disregard what the fuck he just said. Thank you.
Just gotta go over. Yeah.
Moving on.
And swiftly moving on.
Probably quite a lot.
Actually, one fun thing about Tyranids is they're kind of easy to paint. At least my painting scheme is pretty... I suppose any painting scheme, any of the factions can be hard to paint if you go a little too much in them. But rank and file Tyranids, especially for my paint scheme, are really easy. Because it comes down to 3 colors. You got the base red. You got, if you don't include the base, anyway. The actual Tyranid itself comes in 3 colors. It's red, Corvus black for the carapace, and then I use Retributor gold for its little prongs, the Hormagaunts prongs. Or, I'm not sure what those would be called, fucking hand scissors. I use
Scythe.
Retributor gold, and then I put Reichland Flesh Shade over that to give it like a really gold, coppery bronze look.
To be fair, I think...
I mean, a good example would be a finished version right there. Yeah, because that right there is Retributor gold with just Reichland Flesh Shade used over it. Corvus black for the carapace. Vallejo Scarlet Red for its main body. And its eyes are just some touched up yellow. And like any yellow works as long as it's just a brighter yellow. Yeah, pretty straightforward scheme and doesn't take much of it. I could go overboard and like do like little minute highlights with like a lighter red to kind of touch up the raised areas on the Tyranid, but I'm fielding in this tournament. I'm fielding a proper Tyranid army, which is a lot of these guys. No one's gonna notice that minute detail, so not doing that this time around, but maybe next time.
When they got rid of the Tyranids,
Does that mean we're introducing you to painted battle ready?
My battle ready is still more painted than your battle ready, so I suppose yes.
We're slowly converting you.
I like detail. I like putting in the effort to make them look pretty.
Yes, for HQ
yes,
units.
That is what Lords and heroes are for.
Yes.
Not the grunt.
They're to be chucked in a bucket and brought out en masse.
I disagree. I think the grunts can look as sexy as the commanders.
I actually knew somebody who used to play orcs that used to transport his orc boys in a literal bucket.
I mean, I totally relate to that, so I get that. That makes sense to me.
Armies. That's why you paint the really cool models of the Horde armies to really great detail and don't worry about the rest because they're there to be chopped to itty bitty pieces by Punisher Gatling cannons.
A rose of las gunfire.
What was it? Last time we looked it up, we theory rolled the shots out of an entire platoon of Punisher
Oh no,
demon
no.
Russes.
Yeah, with my regiment, with my regimental traits. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, if my Lehman Russes don't move, they double their shots. So 20
So that
shots,
20 becomes
that 20
40.
becomes a 40. Multiplied that by 3. So they come in squads of 3.
So each tank is allowed to target an individual squad. That's, in theory, 3 squads gone.
In theory.
Well, they got a 50% hit rate. So even if you take out the not moving part, you're making it that they hit every time.
Yep.
With their 20 shots.
And then their spawns-on weapons also get the double shots.
Yes, so 3 heavy bolters.
That's a spirit
I
caboose.
remember when... What?
Nathan said that in the chat. That's a spirit caboose. I don't know what specific comment that's in relation to.
Probably the DKOK one that I won't bring up again.
Probably.
I remember when Vanquishers had a Sponson weapon, or had a coax.
You said that before when he said forbidden phrase? Ah, yeah, okay. Gotcha. Let me just notice it.
Remember, life is fleeting, but death for the Emperor is eternal. I said that as in propaganda, nothing else.
So, outside of the Imperial Guard ball, what's your favorite faction?
You know my favorite faction.
Saurians.
No.
Where's the Meridian?
No.
I just said outside of the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, you know my favorite faction. It's been my favorite. It was my first faction.
Space Wolves?
Yes. They were my introduction to 40k, and I've been a fan of them ever since. All because a mate of mine. All because the mate of mine who introduced me to 40k gave me Codex Space Wolves.
Nice. At the same time that you got that, they probably had the Ragnar Blackmane novels come out. They are just fun.
No.
40k.
That was way before the Ragnar Blackmane books came out. I'm talking Rogue Trader only just ended.
Oh, you had the OG ones.
I had second edition.
Which is technically first edition.
Yes.
Because the first edition 40k was Road Trader.
Yes. It's when 40k really became 40k. Yeah.
Yes.
I still have that codex as well.
The Dark Angels were more of a Native American inspired.
Yes.
The reason the Deathwing painted their armor white, it was because some veterans returned to their home planet after it was decimated. And, that's why they painted their armor white. They were very
supposed to be
Native
because they were
American.
covered in basically fragments of bones.
Yep.
Bone dust just covered their armor. Hence the reason the Deathwing paint their armor white.
Then you have the Raven Wing, the entire Raven Guard chapters going, hey!
Oh yeah. I was looking up some lore on the Primarchs, and I didn't realize. I need to read the book, the Ravenlord book, because apparently Russ and Corbin Corax were actually pretty close. I didn't even
Hey, Zoid Industries.
know that they're there.
What did we miss so far in today's painting stream? Not much so far. I'm working on my first, well, not my first, technically. I'm working on my second...
Austin Johnson worked too.
I'm working on my second, it's Hormagaunt, right? I always forget Termagant and Hormagaunt. Because Termagants are the ones with the guns, Hormagaunts are the ones with the hand blades. So, yeah, I'm working on my...
Chappy.
I'm working on my second Hormagaunt. This is... base version. But that one's gonna eventually be working on him right now. Working on him right now. Thank God painting these guys is simple, because the scheme is really simple.
I think the fiddliest army I've painted is these Imperial Guard. They're so fiddly to paint.
Define fiddly in this case.
They just feel so tiny compared to Space Marines. Every little thing seems like really small.
Because they are.
Yeah.
It's not just a
Which
feeling,
makes them more
that's
difficult
reality.
to paint.
Absolutely. That's why Space Marines are kind of like everyone's starter, because they're the easiest to paint. Only thing easier than them is Necrons.
Yeah.
Kind of want to get some
Spray them silver, dip them in a black wash, job done.
Pretty much. You can choose to add another color if you want, but generally speaking, that's all you gotta do with Necrons.
Job's done.
Job's done.
Job done.
Oh, well.
Necrons. Necrons takes you longer to assemble than to paint.
It's true. Oh, I think that's even true for their actual lore faction.
I miss the Necrons that came with the Lego lightsaber inserts for their guns.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those little green fucking tubes that they came with.
Yeah, those things were awesome.
They were a pain in the
Ass.
Yeah. But now they're all solid plastic, so you gotta paint the glowy green bits.
No, I don't want to paint the glowy green bits.
Give me my nuclear rod back. So I can graphite take
Hello,
it.
bullshit merchant. How are you doing today, my friend? I'm doing well.
So I can
I imagine you've
graphite
seen the
take
leaks.
it.
Oh, what leaks? The Tyranid leaks? I've heard about them. I've been planning on playing my Tyranid army at this upcoming tournament for longer than the leaks, though.
Leaks? What leaks? Are there more leaks?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
Codex leaks.
Yeah, the entirety of the 9th edition Tyranid Codex is online on a PDF. Someone leaked the whole damn thing. And now it's being shared around.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm actually a fun fact. I'm a co-owner of the Play on Tabletop Discord, which is officially connected to the Play on Tabletop team. And because I'm one of the co-owners, well, it makes me a mod or an admin. And one of the people over there asked me if they could share it in the Discord, and obviously I'm personally I fully support people sharing that stuff around, because some days in particular, fuck GW. But at the same time, Play on Tabletop, they're not really involved in the whole conflict with GW. They're just hobbyists that want to enjoy the game best of their ability. So representing their community correctly, I thought it was inappropriate, because that just doesn't go along with Play on Tabletop's image. So I had to tell the person, nope, share them in DMs, don't share them on the Discord, don't share them in the community, because it's a bad look for the crew. But feel free to share in DMs all you want. Then I had to make it a rule just to make sure everybody else knew. But yeah, there's those leaks are going around for the Tyranids. I'm doing well. The leak codex has put me in a good mood. I'm glad it put you in a good mood, lad. Yes, I haven't actually seen it though. I've only heard about it. But again, I was planning on playing my Tyranids regardless of that.
Is it just NIDS?
As far as I know, yeah, the leaks are only NIDS right now.
It tends, weirdly enough, with all the staff that the GW have got, they only ever seem to do one army list at a time.
Yep.
Why they can't... one thing I've never understood about GW is when they release a new edition, why can't they just release all the codexes with the new edition in one go?
No idea.
Because they've got the staff to do it.
I think it comes down to they intentionally pad out the year so it looks like they're selling more stuff than they are. If they sell everything all at once, then they sell nothing for a whole. They sell nothing and get people's interest. They lose people's interest faster. I think that's the logic, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then they can manipulate the rules to sell models that aren't selling. Case in point, the railgun.
Huh? They've done that for years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what they've always done. It's like I was interested in the new Sister to Battle, so I bought the new codex. 3 weeks later, the next codex come out and it has their new tank in it.
That's what they do.
Yeah, NIDS is a solo codex drop. Yep. And the thing is, you gotta also keep in mind that sometimes these quote-unquote leaks aren't actually leaks. Sometimes the company releases it intentionally, and quote-unquote lets it leak. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what happened here. It's just with leaks. Keep in mind some companies do that intentionally to draw up interest.
Yeah.
Either that or it's completely fake.
It could be, but as far as I've heard, it looks legit. Again, I haven't seen it myself, so I can't give a personal review. But
I just wish that they would get on with it and give us plastic DK, okay? They've already proved that they can do it.
What up, Bo?
Yeah, wanted by them.
Either that or
Yo.
just get it over with. Repair their Grenadier casks.
It's the Monty Python sketching it. Get on with it!
Well, with the news on the leaks, I know what I'm doing after the stream ends. Gonna go check out the leaks. I respect that. Let's see. Yeah, funnily enough, a lot of the less popular models got a big buff. Makes you think. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like that's what they always do. When they make the rules or when they add to the rules in each edition, they're not looking to balance. That's what they always say they're doing. It's like, oh, we're gonna try and balance. We're doing some balancing. Bullshit. What they're doing is they're looking at their catalog and going, all right, what isn't selling right now? Ah, that unit. Okay, buff the fuck out of that unit to the point where it's god tier. All right, how's it selling? Oh, it's selling like hotcakes. All right, reel it back, folks. Reel it back. We gotta claim. Oh, well, for balancing sake, we gotta actually fix that. That was a little too strong. Our bad. You know, we're brand new to the whole rule making game. Balancing a game. You know, it's so difficult.
Well, it's like what was it, a couple of years ago when.
And to be fair, balancing is actually kind of difficult, especially when you have that many armies. But it's not like it's one guy writing the fucking. Like when you got one guy writing the rules.
I'm sorry, but when there was literally like 6 people in like when second edition came out, there was like 6 people that actually doing the rules and everything. And second edition was probably the most balanced it's ever been. And that had some overpowered freaking people in it. And it was still the most balanced the game's ever been.
Like the Iron Warriors Codex?
That was 4th edition.
Oh, that was 2.5.
4th edition's when Iron Warriors were at their most powerful. Because that's when they could take 4 heavy sports when anybody else could only take 3. And they could take all their heavies, and they could take any heavy spot as elites as well.
Rest in peace, Ferris Manus.
What does Ferris Manus have to do with
Do
Iron
with Perturabo.
Oh, I don't know why I thought Iron Hands.
They're newbies.
To be fair, the Iron Hands only recently got like actual hero units for 40k.
It's only recently they've got any freaking light on their chapter / Legion.
My brain went to Iron Hands for some reason, even though I heard Iron Warriors. I heard you correctly, but my brain was like, Iron Hands. Yeah, Iron Warriors, Iron Hands. Like,
It's a
Going
giant part.
back to that whole model thing, a couple of years ago, they decided to give Guard the Basilisk, the Bombard, and all that whatnot. But the only kit that ever actually sold was the Basilisk.
Yeah.
So they got rid of the rest. It sucks, 'cause I loved using the Bombard.
Yeah, but the Basilisk was the most powerful.
Yeah, but the Bombard could break fortifications in a single hit.
Yeah, but the amount of fortifications that were used on a game was 0. Nobody would ever bring a fortification to a battle. Why pay the points for a fortification?
You know what? There's an army I almost never see being played, and that's Iron Warriors. Like I never see Iron
It used to be popular, but it's been nerfed to oblivion.
The only time I've seen someone actually have an army of that was when I saw an army showcase video on YouTube once of someone's Iron Warriors army, but I've never seen it like played. Like I watch a lot of battle reports, especially on lunch breaks at
Actually.
Imagine Demon Russes and Basilisks with Space Marine shooting. They would sat on
so instead of
all the time.
So instead of hitting on 4s, they're hitting on 3s. And before they got rid of the scatter dice with the Iron Warriors used to half the scatter roll.
Yeah, because they only had 1 dice.
Yeah, because
Instead of
the dice used to go hit 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And basically you halved it, and that's how far it used to scatter. So the Iron Warriors would only ever scatter the maximum of 5 inches. On a template that was 4 or 5 inches.
And if you had another Basilisk, they had a rule where it would be something like coordinated fire. So that first one, if it scattered, the second shot would be on target.
Yeah, I had to do a quick.
I thought that one was you could either place the template on top of the other template, or you could flip it as in it touched the edge of the template, and you could go anywhere round that initial template. Thought that was the bombardment rule.
Oh, yep. No, that was that creeping barrage.
That's it.
If you had 3 or more Basilisks in play, you could do a creeping barrage. Either straight up or side to side. You couldn't bring it straight down, though. Basically, it was in a 180-degree arc from where you first placed your first template.
Yeah.
I miss overpowered Iron Warriors. Back when they were badasses instead of just wimpy little
Still not They weren't overpowered though. They were just very strong. You could take them down quite easily because they had a lot of points.
Was when they came out with the original Armor Company.
No, I still missed Second Edition with the most overpowered. The most overpowered character in the entire game, Abaddon. No, Abaddon, the Despoiler.
Oh.
Where with Drachnian.
Abaddon, the Harmless.
Yeah, but with Drachnian, basically anything he hit with it was instantly dead. All he had to do was a hit. On a majority of the time, he's hitting on 2+. So basically, anytime you got in combat, you got one attack hitting on a 2+, and it's an instant kill, regardless of wounds. No saves, nothing.
I remember this was back when they added an attack dice upon charge, and if you were the first to hit, you got an action, another attack dice. So I remember driving my Land Raider Crusader straight up to the enemy commander, dropping the assault ramp, and Lysander got out, and he was close enough to charge. So because he charged, he got an additional dice for the charge and an additional dice for
Current state of balance is so silly. Talon Custodian says something like 70% win rate. I can believe it. Elite armies have got it right now in 40k. Elite armies are fucking ruling the roost.
It was back when his Thunderhammer was strength 10, AP 1.
Thing is, though, what tournaments are they getting those figures from, though?
Las Vegas Open is used a lot. Plus, there's also the tournaments done at Warhammer World.
Because in all the groups I know, there's not many Talon Custodians players, so I don't understand. I find it hard to believe they've got that high of a win rate when there's not many.
You got to keep in mind what they're talking about. What they're talking about is the heavy hitters, the big leagues, the people who play competitive 40k. Not the people who play like your local hobby store where they're just their favorite army.
Yeah,
the people who play
that's
the
what I'm on
metagame.
about, the competitive players. And
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
hear of many of those playing.
Well, I hear a shit ton of people playing Custodes. Right now, the most played armies at like the heavy hitter tournaments, the most meta armies right now. You have Mechanicus, which fucking the major winner of LVO was a Mechanicus player, and he fucking nuked everybody. So Mechanicus are now getting played more just because of his victory. Custodes and one other elite army are also really high up there. Death Guard are also
they're really poor now, aren't they? They've dropped massively. They're like one of the weakest forces apparently, according to tournament play.
At the beginning of 9th, Death Guard were overpowered, and since then, because they've been buffing every other army, they're starting to fall behind.
Yeah, well, they've had a few big nerfs, haven't they?
Right, yeah.
Increases in points.
They're still better than Orcs, for example. They're still better than most of the Horde armies. But compared to the other elites, they're falling behind now.
What, 12, 15 years? Something like that?
Who?
The Orcs.
Nah. They've had codexes quite recent.
Yeah, they were one of the first to get codexes in the 9th.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but
they had an
9th, they didn't have one for a while.
No, it's the models that didn't get updated for a long ass time.
Yeah, the codexes, I think, Orcs have had one every single edition.
Alright, then I was thinking the models.
Yeah,
Never mind,
models.
my bad.
Models, the Orcs are like the Eldar. They like never get models.
Until recently.
When I play 40k, I want to have a theme or a regiment or whatever that's based on lore, not based on oh, this is really meta right now, because I hate those players.
Most people do.
You've got to be fair though, to win a battle, you have to use meta units. Otherwise, you're never going to win a game, and you're going to lose within the first 2 turns. So, unless you can play with somebody who's going to play thematically, then there's just no point.
For me, I play for fun. I may go to tournaments and stuff like that, but I play for fun.
Yeah.
I play to win.
A lot of the guys in our area.
So what you're telling me is your theme song, Ball, is "Live to Win" by Paul Stanley.
Never heard it, but sure.
Have you watched the Make Love Not Warcraft episode of South Park?
Long time ago, yes.
Okay, well, during that, there's a song that plays for their montage music. And it's live to win till you die. You know, it goes like that. It's like rock. Like that's like your theme song. Calsonic, welcome to the stream, brother. There needs to be less predictability / more chaos in some of the gameplay for 40k to feel and play less competitive.
Chaos is just, it's a joke these days, Chaos armies.
I don't know if he means more chaos as in chaos faction or more chaos as in actual, like, chaotic play.
Chaotic.
Can you clarify that for me, brother, before I respond?
If you want chaotic play, again, you need to go all the way back to, like, 2nd edition. That was just... play 2nd edition and play orcs.
That would...
Because you don't even...
Fuck.
Yeah, you think so, you never even knew...
Did I tell you of the tournament that I went to last month on the 27th of February?
I don't think spoke exactly. I think you posted pictures, didn't you?
Yeah, I did post pictures. In one of the matches I was in my second game, it was Orcs v Orcs. We caused our vehicles to blow up left and right. That was so fucking hilarious. Because I killed his Death Dread, he rolls a 6, it blows up, boom. He destroys my battle wagon, that blew up. He kills one of my Death Dreads, that blew up. I destroyed one of his Death Copters, that blew up. Everything was just blowing up. I was like, I never roll this many 6s when it actually matters. And he was playing Goffs too, which would get exploding 6s.
The assault cannon, when you roll double 6s, it jams and explodes.
No, I prefer the sustained fire dice. How many shots is your assault cannon gonna get? Oh,
yes.
Triple jam. Oh,
triple
bye
jam,
bye
it blows up.
Bye bye Terminator.
Yep.
Everyone in the chat, let me know if the music's too loud, because I did try and turn it down, but I haven't checked it since. It was super loud.
Yeah, but 2nd edition orcs, you didn't even know what your war gear you were going to get. Basically, you used to pay points for a dice roll. And just before the game, you used to roll the dice to see what actually your war boss got on the table.
2nd edition Chaos Dreadnought rules, where at the beginning of every turn, you had to roll on a table to see if it would behave or go psycho.
Anything but a 1. 1. Ah,
Necrons
crap.
are the saddest right now. Really? I haven't heard that. First 9th Codex, and now they're basically the weakest army, barring Chaos Space Marines and Guard. Well, the thing is, Guard
you know how to make
weak,
Guard the strongest army,
well, unless
right?
there's been an update I missed during an FAQ or something. But Guard are weak if you play them like Guard. If you play them as an elite army where you just run tanks and shit, they can actually be devastating, especially if you get turn 1. You get turn 1 and you're running like a bunch of Lehman Russes pretty much, and that's it. Plus maybe a mortar or something. Something else to give you like something to give you artillery fire. Yeah, if you're running basically all heavy support, you can wreck houses as Guard, but if you play Guard with like a ton of guardsmen, then you're kind of fucked.
One thing that gets me is if elites are so important these days, why are knights doing so badly? Because they are the most elite.
Well, they got nerfed hard in an FAQ recently.
Terminators just aren't what they used to be.
The thing is, the biggest issue with knights right now is they're extremely vulnerable to melee. Like their vulnerability to getting hit increased massively. So I was even told that by a knight player in my tournament that I went to, because the first army I went up against was a knight player, and he told me after he beat me, he's like, "Dude, if you had just wad me, I would have been fucked." I went, "Really?" He went, "Yeah, you I'm glad you were new, because I want to win today." Okay. Thank
And
you.
then immediately lost the second turn because he was small.
I was playing dumb. I was trying to spread my orcs out more and not. I wasn't charging. It didn't help
That's
that
why I like
my mindset
Commander.
was like, oh, you know, if I send them all into melee, they're just gonna get fucked. But I didn't realize, wait, no, they actually wreck house in melee and they do shit at range. Fuck. So that backfired.
It's
But
like,
regardless.
what is it?
Don't bolts hit on a 5+ or something.
For ballistics, they hit on 5-ups. For weapon skill, 3-ups.
Yeah.
They hit They hit on 3s for melee, and they get like each orc boy gets 3 attacks with a normal choppa, and a normal choppa has -1 AP.
Nice.
So they each get 3 hits with it, and they all get, if they hit lands, it's -1 AP for the save. So their orcs can actually be really devastating. You have to play them like orcs, and you do need to make those rolls. But they are, as always, they're dog shit with ballistic skill.
As they should be.
They should be, yes.
My Imperial Fists
Except for the orc snipers when you're fighting against Celestial Lions.
Yeah.
These orc snipers never miss our commanders. They've taken down every high-ranking Space Marine in one shot. How is this possible?
Orc snipers with
Long last.
sniper shells. But my Imperial Fists, I have it. I don't have one. Not chapter. What are they called? Company. I have an entire company of 100 Marines, but each squad is from a different company. Because I have some from the 3rd, some through the 2nd, some from the 1st.
Well, I've nearly I've nearly completed one great company. I'm up to 800 Marines now. Nearly one great company complete. Just another 11 to go.
Which great company? Ragnar?
No, I don't go the boring one. That's everybody chooses Ragnar.
Well, to be fair, that's because he's like the hero unit right now for Space Wolves.
Rockfist. He's the hero unit.
I've gone with the. I'm going with the great.
Now and forever because he is Thor.
I mean, like
the great
stat-wise.
Ragnar's crossed the Rubicon, so
he can go screw himself.
Music volume's fine. 2nd edition is hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, I've gone with the Great Wolf, the Old Wolf, for my first company. Lots and lots of dreadnoughts and lots of tanks and dreadnoughts. Because his great company is the one that stores all the dreadnoughts.
I still like Agerok Rockfist. He's my favorite Space Wolf hero.
Nah, Bjorn. Bjorn the Fell-Handed.
Bjorn's probably my favorite in the lore.
It's still alive.
I mean, I still love the part in one of the books when the
Hyperion.
when the Inquisitor freaking transports down and what have you, and they're just stood there, like, I'm Inquisitor, blah blah. Who are you? Are you blind, little man? My name's written on my freaking sarcophagus.
Then you have that Parisian Inquisitor who's
bedside man.
Oh my god, he's so real. He's real.
He's real. Drops to a knee, starts crying.
He reaches down his claw and picks up a tear off of her cheek and goes, never thought I'd have a maiden cry for me again.
What a Chad.
Like, oh my god, that is so cool.
Thing is, can't say it. Probably can't say it in chat. But thing is, the thing that when he says, "What?" He's like, "The God Emperor." Nah, I've met the Emperor. I've fought with him. I drunk with him. Done also done other things with him.
I'm trying to come under the table.
Nah, even Russ couldn't do that.
Actually, no, Russ could.
Yeah, but
Remember, like, that's during
Yeah.
their competition. Russ was actually
Yeah,
kicking his
yeah.
ass at all that stuff.
Yeah,
Russ was
until the fight.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's like what decided it was really the fight. Everything else, though, Russ, actually, that's kind of what led to the fight was.
Which the Emperor cheated.
Yeah, oh yeah, he totally cheated. He fucking cheated. He totally
It's like just
the
throws
Emperor.
off a cloak. Just throws off a cloak. He's dressed in full fucking power armor. Freaking power fist just goes thunk. Ding ding.
It's
KO.
Big E. He's never played fair. I don't think ever in his life.
The concept it doesn't. I don't think it computes with the Emperor.
I must admit though, the meeting between Horus and Russ, I think it's the best.
yeah,
Their first meeting.
I don't remember how that
that,
went.
Basically Horus is deeming Russ as just some barbarian and what have you, and he just when he turns up, Russ just turns around and he goes, "Hello, brother," and this, that, and the, and he's like having a quick chat, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I've just learnt your language like 2 days ago." Literally, he's speaking High Gothic after just learning it 2 days beforehand. Because Russ has always been smarter than everybody's always giving him credit for, because he likes to hide behind the facade of a barbarian.
Well, yeah, it's useful to keep your enemy. If your enemy thinks, what's more dangerous, an enemy that's cautious of you because they don't understand you, and they know they don't, or an enemy that the enemy that is convinced that they do understand you and know how to fight you. I know which I'd like. I like my enemies think. I would love my enemies to think that they know exactly what I'm gonna do, and then be totally wrong.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Russ was always sizing all the other Primarchs up all the time on who he could actually beat.
Came in useful, especially since he was the Emperor's executioner.
Almost.
I mean, it did. I'm pretty sure Russ has the biggest body count of Primarchs, because it's speculated that he killed at least one of the 2 lost Primarchs. It's pretty much directly implied with some dialogue he had when speaking to Dorn during the beginning of the Horus Heresy.
Yeah, there's also Magnus and who was it now? Was it the Khan? At Nicaea.
Russ.
When
the Russ nearly killed Horus. With the same move he broke Magnus's back. He was using the exact same. Which, by the way, I've made this joke before, but that man found one move that worked pretty much on 2 Primarchs, and I'm half convinced that he learned that when he killed his first Primarch, one of the lost ones. He's like, "Oh, you literally pick them up and slam them on your knee, breaking their back. That's how you win." How to Kill a Primarch 101, written by Lehman Russ. Step 1, lift. Step 3, bring down on knee. Step 3, walk away. The other reason he didn't kill Horus is he got distracted.
Wow. Horus was always his favourite brother.
The Germania suplex.
Russ was like the big brother to pretty much all the other Primarchs, and Horus was his big brother.
Yeah, he took advantage. Plus, he was also a master of psychology, so. Which the Emperor apparently could have taken notes on. It's like, hey, Imps, you know how you're fucking idiotic at reading your own sons? You see how Horus has got this shit nailed down? Maybe, here's an idea, maybe take some notes. I get it, he's your son. There's a bit of an ego thing there. But you know dog shit about psychology, my friend.
To be fair though, that's why Malkador was about. Good old Uncle Malkador.
The whole theory that the emperor projects into the mind of everybody what they want, what they figure he should look like. I always picture that the emperor in reality isn't this giant glorious golden god in power armor with a flaming sword, but he's just a hunched over guy who looks like the AVGN.
Think you're a video game nerd?
Yeah.
I mean, that is still a golden god in a certain light.
Yes, but he has fallen from grace, much like General Alston. Although I still like watching that stuff.
You learned that one from Bane. He found an old comic. I mean, I totally would actually accept that in the canon lore. So, he's just found in the ruins of Terra, this old Batman detective comic. It's like, this move works really well. Note to self.
No, that's what what's his name of the Raven Guard found. What is this? Bruce
No, you're not on
Wayne?
No. You know who found the Batman comic, don't you? Conrad.
Oh God!
He clearly
He's
missed
the
a few
one that
pages.
found... He mixed up Batman and the Joker and thought they were the same person.
Missed
No,
a few
he
pages
just got
there.
to run a Batman before Batman wasn't allowed to kill his enemies anymore.
The Golden Age.
The period of Batman comics where they couldn't write any more villains because Batman.
Yeah, it's called the Golden Age. The original age of DC Comics was called the Golden Age. That was like during World War II, and lasted through the Industrial Revolution. The Silver Age started when parents got super.
Break. Think about what you just said. Started during World War II and lasted through the Industrial Revolution.
Well, when I say Industrial Revolution, I mean more like the automotive revolution and prohibition.
Post-war boom, yeah.
Yeah, the post-war boom.
I mean,
and that was a revolution in its own sense. Like that's when the Model T was invented. That's when the assembly line was invented.
The Model T came after World War II.
That's what I'm saying. That's the industrial. Well, it's in a industrial revolution.
The Model T came after World War II.
Okay, did you not hear me when I just said? I'll repeat myself. Clear the earwax out of your ears. I know.
Because I'm traveling through stuff I just missed.
Okay. The Golden Age of Comics started slightly before World War II, into World War II, and into the industrial... sorry. Actually, no. No, sorry. My brain has gotten those reversed. It started... the Golden Age of Comics started when it was actually getting produced, and when almost all of them were... Well, not all of them. The printing press already exists. So...
Like 34 or 35...
Hold on. Where's my phone?
60?
I can actually look up the years here. Where the fuck is my phone?
Comic book nerds.
Let's see if I can do this. Sorry, everybody. I'm gonna reach fast here. Comic book.
I think the first action comic was like 1935.
No, we're talking about DC specifically here.
Yeah, DC is action comic.
Comic book.
Action comic number 36 or 39 was the debut Superman.
Alright, so Golden Age was 1938 to 1956. Silver Age was 1956 to 1970. Bronze Age, 1970 to 1985. And the Modern Age, which it started in 1985 to today.
So what do we just call that? The shit brown age?
No, the Modern Age is it's called that. It's called the Modern Age. And so the original Golden Age, which, yeah, I had my years a little bit wrong there. But the Golden Age started right before World War II. and ended in the 50s. The reason it ended was because actually the comics at the golden age of comics at that time were actually very hardcore. I mean, the Joker was a serial killer. Pretty sure Batman had a gun.
Did they get hit by the Hays Code?
Yeah. They got hit by the comic version of the Hays Code, which which was basically it was like this. It was like this stamp of approval, and parents demanded it because of censorship and these comics for our children. These children that we had working in the mines and shit and working in on the assembly line. Well, now that we see that as morally wrong, we also need to protect them more. So there's comics that help them get through the shitty days. Well, those are inappropriate, so let's make those appropriate. Let's take the fun out of them.
Yeah, but wasn't comic book production stopped during the Second World War?
No. It was actually it wasn't booming, but it was doing pretty well considering the rest of the industries that were chugging along at the time.
I know a lot of the comic artists did stuff like instruction manuals and stuff like that for the military. That's the only way people could read is because of the comics.
Comics were pretty popular during the time because again, like soldiers would read them on the front lines. Kids back home who worked in factories and stuff like that with their moms typically would read them. Generally speaking, comics it's called the Golden Age for a few reasons. Golden Age because it's kind of like the start of comics, like the start of like the comics like being in art form that people engaged in. It's called that for that reason, but also because it was actually a profitable era for comics. Maybe not the most profitable. I think most people would agree the Bronze Age was probably the most popular for comics because that was like.
I thought that would be the Silver because that's when you get Marvel.
No, because the Marvel came at the end of the Silver Age because Marvel were one of the I think they were actually the first to stop obeying the like that stamp of approval and just had their comics. Spider-Man. Yeah, like they just had their comics sold at stores without it, and a lot of comic shops were hesitant because they didn't believe they would sell without that stamp of approval. But actually, it sold like hotcakes because it didn't have it, and which meant it was a little bit more risque. So
honestly, that's kind of. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. So it's the Bronze Age. Marvel more or less brought about the Bronze Age, which made them popular and also kind of revitalized people's creativity during the time. Now, not to say that the Silver Age was devoid of creativity. I mean, with those restrictions, obviously they weren't allowed to do whatever they wanted, so they had to be creative with the rules. Within
that's
the rules.
More where you get like Action Tales and Dick Tracy and the Western comics and all that whatnot. That's Jonah Hex.
Yeah, that's what introduced the clown Joker. Like water spit out of that flower on his chest, him pulling pranks and shit. That was Joker during the Silver Age was just a prankster. The only live action version of the Silver Age would be the Adam West show. The Joker in that one with Cesar Romero. He was, in my opinion, that whole show was in the embodiment of the Silver Age Batman, all the way down to the Joker. Like that was pure Silver Age in every way, shape, and form. So if you ever wonder like what the Joker was like during the Silver Age comics, the Batman Detective comics, watch the Adam West Batman show, and you'll get an exact idea of what everyone was like in those comics. It was just a silly era for the art form.
Actually, I think the Adam West Batman was the first show on TV to actually have a black actress as a sex symbol. Even before the multiracial kiss between Kirk and Uhura.
Yeah, like I said,
because what's her name? Catwoman. I can't remember the actress, but she was fine in the 60s. Even today, if she was that young, she'd be fine.
Oh yeah, I'd agree. She was foxy.
Mm-hmm. And that's a period of time where you get Tex Avery cartoons like Little Red Riding Hood with the wolf, that sort of stuff.
Alright. So it's doing some slick titches.
I mean, that's why they call the 60s a sexual revolution. But I'm going to stop there and not go into detail.
I would hope you would not share in great detail this section. Okay.
Well, you got to think it's the generation right after the greatest generation.
The baby boomers.
Yeah. Well, no, the baby boomers are the boomers that were born from the greatest generation.
I thought the baby boomers were the World War II guys that came back home.
No, the baby boomers are the generation that was born after World War II.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure the baby boomers refers to the men who came home from World War II.
No,
their
it
generation
was
No, they were their children.
So the baby boomers were the children. I don't know. I kind of don't agree with that naming scheme then.
Well, you got to think the baby boom was because all these horny men.
Yes, but those men were the boom. You know what I'm saying? Like they were the boom.
No.
No,
They
were
to
the children.
At the very least, they were doing the booming. You know what I'm saying?
They may have been doing the booming, but they weren't the boom.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, no.
It was a boom in the population because populations were rising compared to all the falls. Because populations had taken a slight hit during that period of time.
Yeah, we'll call that a slight hit. What? A bunch of people got nuked and there was lots of artillery fire, lots of urban warfare? Nah, casualties were low.
Relatively speaking, yes. For the
what it could have
British
been.
and Americans.
Compared to what it could have been, they were low.
In terms of
the
wars with loss of life, World War II still to this day is the war that has the greatest number of deaths in it worldwide.
Well,
it's the war with the greatest number of deaths to this day.
The Russians lost more than the Americans.
Well, everybody.
The Commonwealth, the Japanese, the Germans.
I'm not breaking it down, but I'm not breaking it down by faction. But the World War II had the greatest number of casualties. It still does. It still holds the record of greatest number of even if you break it down military casualties. It still it has the most civilian and military casualties of any war previous or since. Like, to this day, we have not topped those numbers, thank God. Although, wait till World War III, I'm pretty sure we're going to go for the fucking record. But...
The U.S. actually lost during Nam in World War II.
For our own nation, yes, but not for overall casualties.
No, yes, I know. Sorry, I don't mean... Yeah, sorry, that's me being nitpicky. Sorry.
It's just you being you.
Yeah. I do agree with you with the Navy, the naming conventions, the baby boomers. It doesn't make any sense to, it's sort of a misnomer. When you hear baby boomers, you sort of think the guys who are making the babies, not the actual children.
I see that's where I'm different from you, because I would think of the actual children, not the actual people making the children.
Well, think about, like, the name. Like, these are the baby boomers, which to me is like a verb. Like, they're doing the booming.
See, I think of the actual...
Those GIs
the
came
booming
home
population.
And split wood like it was their job. It kind of was.
Well, like I say, considering the hit on populations, it was needed.
Yes, it was.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, now we kind of have the opposite problem, but World War III being just around the corner, I think we're fine.
Don't joke like that.
I honestly, like, as much as it might sound like a joke, probably gonna happen. Well, it may not be
It's
because
an
of the Russian
inevitability.
thing, but it's coming. Human race are nothing if not consistent. Not to blackpill anybody, of course. But
So no, it's exactly what
His-
history has taught us.
History repeats itself.
A declining superpower will always go to the war with the rising star.
That's not what the Second World War was all about, but
no, the Second World War.
Second World War.
I'll let you take the
Even the First World War wasn't
The First World War was
already
just
declining
the
power.
alliance. The alliance system was just. It begged for that situation to happen.
The U.S. had one shitty president during World War One. Let me tell you.
Oh God, Woodrow Wilson, the worst president in U.S. history, outside of Andrew Jackson.
Or outside of a certain president we may or may not be having right now. Not getting into it, but yeah.
Remember, if you don't, you know what? I can't even make a joke out of it. I'm just gonna stop.
Yeah.
Don't worry, my grandkids will make a joke out of it because they'll be out of the generation way out of this stupid shit we're in right now. Hopefully. Anyway, Zoya, she says, 76 rule of acquisition. Every once in a while, declare peace. It confuses the hell out of your enemies. That's actually great.
Yeah. I can go for that one.
Actually,
Definitely would confuse the shit out of
That
people.
does sound like that was in Star Trek. Was that? It does. That does sound like that's actually.
It does. It sounds like it should be.
it definitely sounds like something
Definitely.
a Ferengi would do.
Yes.
If it's not, it's fucking genius. It should be.
So much truth in one statement. Once in a while, declare peace. It confuses the hell out of your enemies. It's like, what? He wants peace? Oh, okay. Say, shit, he's attacking my border. What the fuck? I thought we were being peaceful. It's like, yeah, it was. What?
I was last week.
That was last week. This is this week.
Okay, we're gearing up to war. Peace, man. Wait, what?
I definitely have a problem with being too detail oriented with my minis.
It's a medical
You
problem.
don't say.
I hate these small imperfections I can easily fix.
You don't say. You don't say. Who was it? He didn't say.
Sir.
No.
Yes, that's why I've commissioned you.
I commissioned him first, but then he stole it.
Because I didn't get confirmation you still wanted me to do it. I sent
I
you...
said yes.
Well, you said yes, but then said, hey, but can you send me some samples of your work? Which told me, hey, hold on,
just
I want
wanted
to make
see
sure you're the
sample
right
of your
guy.
work. You're the right guy. Hey,
Yeah, most
hey,
people
you're
wanna
my
sa-
guy. Hey.
Most people
I
want to
don't know why I
sample.
went there.
Most people want to sample the work because they're still deciding. So I was like, okay, I'll send stuff. And they'll never go off and DM back saying, all right, yeah, I like the work. Go ahead. I never received word.
I got a few words for you, but I can't say them.
I cannot say the words.
Well, I can, but you know, you'll get yeeted off YouTube.
That would not be favorable.
Yes, the 7 deadly words you can't say on TV. Oh wait, yeah, you can now.
I do love the Tyranid scheme I'm going with here. I know it was meant to be Cornate Tyranids, but it's kind of, I get that now that I've looked it up, that it's basically High Fleet Behemoth, but whatever.
Thing is, are you actually going to play them as Behemoth, or are you going to make have them as a
I am actually
different...
playing them as Behemoth because not only is Behemoth like the Khorne and color scheme, but they're actually it's got a lot of the sub-faction rules are very Khorne-like. So I'm like, maybe this was intentional.
Ah, yes, the Khorne Army in Warhammer 3, because a 40k unit needs to be in there.
Oh, you're on about the Defiler.
They have the chain axe.
I still can't understand that. Why they put a Defiler in fantasy.
I miss the old Defiler.
That's my best guess. So,
Because they probably didn't know any better.
yeah, I wish I could take this custom Tyranid unit to the tournament. That would be so cool. She's so badass, and she got them thighs, you know? I mean, she got them thighs, boy. Look at them.
Why did you need to make it weird, Asmogan?
Actually, I didn't design this one. Some guy in Colts did. I just printed it off. It was fun to paint, though. It was pretty straightforward, but it was fun to paint.
It's like that really. There used to be a fan comic for Space Wolf. What was it? Wolf and Sister. That was really good.
Yeah, really good. That is a good 40k comic. The ending's pretty bittersweet, though.
Yeah, but you know the fact that she became a wolf sister, that was awesome.
Yeah, but her brother dies.
He's
He
the
never
lord
made-
of the space marine.
Yeah, but he never made it out of being a blood claw.
But the squats and the battle train.
Oh yes, the battle train. Best train.
Battle train, best train. Why? Because it fucks you up where you live.
The thing is, though, nobody was played. When did the Squats Codex go out? Like 3rd edition?
Dude, I don't even think they got one.
Yeah, they were in 2nd edition.
I thought the squats were part of the guard codex. Or am I totally off?
No. They had their own. They were their own faction at one point.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
The rumors that GW wants to bring them back. We'll have plastic Kriegers before that happens.
I would definitely put money on Krieg getting plasticized than Grot's getting brought back. Not Grot.
Well, considering that
they can do it.
Considering that they've actually said in the law that they've all been eaten by Tyranids, I don't see how they can bring them back.
Then we need a bunch of
do what GW always does and go. Do what GW always does. Retcon. It's like, nah, that was a rumor. It turns out there was this whole other planet that the Imperium just completely forgot about for like the last couple hundred years. That's where they've been this whole time. Don't you feel silly?
We need a Tyranid fleet that's full of nothing but mini Tyranids with glorious beards. And beer mugs.
Yeah, so once this dries, I'll apply the washes. And then I can do the edge highlight. And then boom, done. Well, gotta do the terrain too.
No, you said boom, done. No more extra little bits.
There are extra little bits that cannot be ignored.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, they can't. That's blasphemy.
Yeah. Oh, you see those bits over there? They don't exist. See those bits over there? They don't exist.
They do exist.
No.
How dare you? Fuck off. Fuck off.
They do exist. He does exist. Oh.
I'm feeling better.
I feel fine. Nonsense to be stone dead in a
You'll be
minute.
stone dead in a minute.
I think I'll go for a walk.
You're not fooling anyone, you know. That is not the
Can you help me out here? Oh, you got. Oh, I'll be back again next week. Oh, I can't wait that long. Come on. Crack. Alright, on you go. Thank you.
Right, so that is a much deeper purple than I intended to mix.
Oopsies.
It happens. No, I almost did it again.
Oh,
Wrong one, you fucker!
Alright, I have actually decided my Imperial Knights are going to be alongside an allied detachment to my Imperial Guard. So they're getting the Praetorian colour scheme.
Ah, you doing prey.
you know what you gotta do, though, to the Imperial Knights? You gotta give them a Grenadier, bearskin hat.
It's
No.
purple that he wanted.
No.
Yeah, oh yes.
Oh, yes.
Don't like the Grenadiers.
But they're the British Grenadiers.
Yes. Doesn't mean I like them.
Don't care, they need them.
Okay, well, you need a bit more blue. And the right shade of purple is always a bitch.
Those rude Americans that always try to mess with those guards outside of the Buckingham Palace.
Oh, you mean the one that got knocked out?
Yeah. Or the one that got walked over or kicked out of the way.
I respect the hustle.
I, for one,
look.
apologize. On behalf of the entire American community, I apologize for their rude behavior.
I love the one that was, I don't know what nation he was from, that was messing around near one of the guards. And all the guardsman did was change arms. And basically, when he moves the gun from left to right or right to left, and literally just smacks the guy in the side of the head with the rifle as he's changing arms.
Now that is how you stick true to your oath, while also getting revenge.
Just like smacks him in the side of the head, like, yep.
That reminds me of that meme. Modern problems require modern solutions.
But yeah, that one kid in the mini uniform where the guy just couldn't be there stone faced. He had to. Well, he didn't have to, but it's just like, come on, dude. You really gonna let the babies hang? Come on.
There are some things that are worth breaking your oath. And one of those is leaving a child hanging.
Yes, you could be the biggest, baddest, most tattooed biker trucker out there. But when a 2-year-old hands you a toy telephone, you answer that shit.
What's the punishment if they do actually respond to all the taunting?
I think they get fired.
Nah, it's still just gone to. They'll just get extra training and what have you. Probably dismissed from those duties.
So you're telling me is to get free of those duties, you just gotta stop taking them seriously.
It's a big honor though, and
I'll
it
take your word
gets
for
you
it.
out of it gets you out of really shitty duties.
Like shit duty?
Yeah.
Latrine duty.
Alright,
All
men,
right,
we need
here's
volunteers
your
for
stick.
the... We need volunteers to be gawked at and harassed by tourists. No one steps forward. Or, we need volunteers for the latrines. Everyone steps forward for the first
Everyone
job.
steps forward.
Pretty much.
Quite right, good old boys. But like, can I just point out one concept from World War II that still makes me laugh when I joke about it? But like, I get how serious it was, but I can't help but fucking I can't help but like.
Jack Churchill.
No. It's not a specific individual. It's something like you know how in World War One, right? In World War One, they had that to communicate back with home base. They didn't have proper radios and stuff out in the field. So what they did is they either sent animals or they sent a runner. Some poor bastard that a commanding officer basically went, "All right, here, boy. Here's a message that you need to bring back to Central Command. You have to run through no man's land, through God knows what number of artillery fires, where is machine gun fire. For Queen and country. Good luck."
Oh, at that point it was king and country, but yeah.
Whatever. Hey, G-Knight. Oh, long time no see. How are you? Standing by 555.
Most of the time it was carrier pigeon.
Was it most of the time? I can't, like, I don't know what was the more common practice, whether it was sending a runner or whether it was sending an animal. I do know that Rags, the war dog, though that was an American troop that had Rags, but I know he was sent for his unit to send messages back. But like, can I just point out how that dog was just basically god tier?
That's why dogs are the goodest boys. In this life and the next.
It's true. It's true. Dogs are just pure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I like my cat better.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. I love
No
my cat
kitties.
to death, but my cat is not my best friend. He's just waiting for me to die. He's like, until
So
you
you
die,
eat
be
your
useful to me,
eyebrows.
human. Nah, I've been lurking in the background, keeping an eye on things. Oh, that's cool. So how's the lurking? How be the lurking? The lurka-durka.
Herka.
Herka-durka-durka. Oh, herka-durka.
Like I said, Nathan wants to be number one sin, but he never shows up.
He showed up earlier.
In
Right.
chat.
I love how you're talking shit when you know he's not here, but the moment he's here, you're like, "Oh, hi, Nathan. How are you, my friend?" The moment he leaves,
I
that
know.
fucker. Fuck that fucking fucker.
That's basically what I do to all of you.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul's gone.
I value
Such a good
consistency.
guy, but fuck him.
Let's see. Greg's. By the way, what do you guys think of this new dashboard?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, I made it today. An hour ago.
Shiny. Bing bong.
Uh-oh. Hi, Nate.
He heard you talking shit.
I know he did.
G Night, standing by. 555.
Oh, hey, Jeanette. How you doing, brother?
Figured I'd actually, pop in. It's been it's been a bit since I've actually popped in the chat. I've been mostly in the background, just making, seeing how things are going and everything,
A bit is one way to describe not having been in the chat since the server
Oh,
was
no.
made.
Okay, I just haven't been talking as much. I've, kept up with all the mod chat and everything. I just haven't been, talking as much, just kind of, I don't know. I've been out I guess I could say, yeah, I've been MIA. Not gonna lie, but I've been MIA, but actually speaking to people. But no, I've been here, just seeing how things are going. I'm loving how the channel's going, especially painting minis and everything. Especially since I just got back into it myself too.
It is a fun part of the hobby.
Yeah, it is. Too bad it's expensive as hell though.
Frustrating.
That's expensive as hell if you
Frustrating.
don't get a 3D printer. That's for sure. Although
Yeah, no,
it's expensive up front.
Yeah.
Not that much though.
No, it's
You can
getting way
get a
better.
decent one. You can get a decent print pretty cheap these days.
Yeah, I recommend the Legomar Pro 2. Yeah, Pro 2. I recommend
Yeah.
that.
Still like my Vortex Labs.
Yeah, I never liked it, and I've heard way better things about the Mars Pro 2 as a starter.
I borrowed a Buds Ender 3, and I'm just printing a bunch of random stuff that I ended up getting off a Humble Bundle and stuff. Which I'm pretty sure.
That's FMD printer though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I personally want to get a resin printer because I personally just love the details, and if I'm going to use that to do 40K stuff, I mean, come on. The one thing I'll give GW is at least the minis have pretty amazing good detail.
Well,
you know, like
this young lady, this badass young lady was 3D printed. So
really.
yeah, this is a. Actually, let me give you some other examples of 3D printing with my resin printer.
You can find more detailed STL files for 3D printing than GW currently make.
Yeah. In fact, I struggled because I was trying to find a model that I could print off to act as a proxy for a war boss for my last tournament. Yeah. My biggest difficulty was finding one that was as low quality.
Jeez.
Every single war boss we found was like what looked good. It was just blew GW's models out of the water that much. It was just like, it's never gonna work.
God, dude, that looks awesome. That looks like something I can buy at a store right now. I went to my local mini and game shop and whatever, and I was looking for minis to paint in because randomly I don't know. I just got a.
Yeah, these are all 3D printed. Like this guy right here is 3D printed as well. I'm 3D printing an entire Krieg army.
Dude, that's freaking crazy. This is all resin?
Yep, this is all resin printed.
Yeah, no, all I have is yeah, I want to get a resin because just look at that. That looks amazing, especially because obviously, I was a Grey Knight boy considering the name, but I've come to really, really appreciate the Adaptus Mechanicus. And
careful. You call them Adaptus Mechanicus. Tech Priest will kill you. He's already calculating your location now. The Omnissiah requires revenge.
Oh man.
What's wrong with the Adaptus Mechanicus?
Because it's Adaptus, not Adeptus.
Adaptus, that's my bad.
It's Adeptus. Come on.
Adeptus, like an obtuse.
Got it. Nah, you can tell I don't think, actually, you know what? It's even worse because I played the game too. And I'm pretty sure they've said, who they are in the game several times at one point.
At least at one.
But which way is the wrong way to say it, so I can keep saying it that way?
The wrong way to say it is Adeptus Mechanicus.
Right, Adeptus. Adeptus.
Adeptus
Adeptus.
Adeptas.
So the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Because when you're playing the damn game, all they have is computer noises for the voice acting. The Necrons of all freaking things are the ones with proper English voice acting.
Wait, are you talking about Dawn of War?
No. The actual Adeptus Mechanicus game.
The Mechanicus. Oh, okay. Now I get you.
Yeah, that's why I fell in love with it. I mean, granted, I fell in love with the aesthetic. The moment I actually found a PDF of their codex, I forget what edition, and reading up on the lore and everything, is like they've been in the background. I mean, I used to play during 5th, so they weren't around back then.
Thank you, Tom, for the compliment on the dashboard. Much appreciated.
Yeah. Ooh, man, I keep seeing the detail on this thing. It's like, man, I'm loving the paint scheme you went with this, or the color scheme you went with this guy.
Yep. High Fleet Behemoth, although that's what it is, but what I was going for was Coronate Tyranids.
Wow.
Accidental.
I mean, that's pretty much what High Fleet Behemoth is. Like, you look at the rules, look at how they play. They're super melee focused and super aggressive.
Pretty much all Tyranids now.
I mean, yes, but
I have such an odd eclectic taste for the armies in 40K because I love me my Grey Boys, and
Months of Shame.
Lots have changed. Oh man, telling me what's going on with them in the latest edition. All I can say is, oh man, my boys have been done dirty.
They have been,
Months of
they have been done
shame.
quite dirty.
Like, oh man, like they were balanced back when I was playing because it's like, oh yeah, the Green Knights can do everything. It's like, yeah, well, guess what? There's only fucking 5 of them on the board versus everything else. And now every other army does what they do, but better. You gotta use their heavy stuff if you want to even compete and all this stuff. I'm thinking, man, all right. Well, I like the Mars guys, the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Adeptas.
Adeptus.
Greek.
Adeptus.
Adeptas. Yes.
Adeptus.
Adeptus.
Yes, I arrive. Happy
No,
Stabbing Caesar Day.
Yeah.
Wait, is that today?
It's the Ides of March.
Oh wow.
It's only the Ides of March when it's March 15th on a Friday.
It's Wednesday now.
It's I don't care. It's March 15th. It's the
No,
anniversary
it's the
of the
16th.
stabbing of
Oh,
of
Gina, are you
Julius.
That was yesterday.
Julius Caesar.
Are you still on
Second.
white mangas? White mangas?
Yeah, I believe I'm still in there. It's been dead in there for years, so I haven't really even checked it out. To be honest, why? What's up?
I bailed a while ago, so I wasn't sure if it picked up. I haven't heard anything from him in forever, but it could just be my recommendeds.
Nah, he's I mean the feed's been slower and slower. He's put out less videos. He's been it's same shit, you know. Like, okay, working on the comic, the volume 3 still hasn't come out yet, so and supposedly each volume is having less and less chapters to get it out sooner, so I don't know what's going on. I became more indifferent and just said, you wanna know what, you choose to do that or whatever. I'm just gonna be more creative and stuff, which is why I got back into mini painting. Because I have the limited edition darker. Hold on, what the fuck is this box? Give me a sec.
Anyone want to take bets what box it is?
Dark Imperium.
I'm gonna go with the Dominus.
Yeah. And that's
Dark
not really
Vengeance.
Dark Vengeance. Okay, nope, not in Dominus like I thought.
Yeah, no, I
Imperium.
got this thing like when 5th edition had I think 5th edition was the latest one, so Dark Vengeance was Chaos versus Dark Angels, which was the box. You got a bunch of Terminators, you got some fast attack, you know, a couple bikes, 3, and a bunch of Marines. On the Chaos side, you get a Dreadnought, you get a bunch of Cultists, and you get a couple Marines, but that's about it.
Which Dreadnought is it? I can't remember.
I gotta look and see, because this is an old box. I don't even know if I have the paperwork on
Yeah.
it.
I'm trying to remember which Dreadnought it was in that edition. You said it was
I
the
think
5th edition.
Yeah, it's the 5th edition. It's Dark Vengeance. Give me a sec. I don't even think it's listed on their website anymore. What's up?
It was the Hell Brute. That was
The Hell Brute.
edition that came out with the Hell Brute.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the Hellbrute was after 5th, though.
No.
Because Hellbrute wasn't in 6th. Hellbrute's 7th or 8th edition.
It's a Dark Vengeance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I found it right here. Oh wow, I forgot these Marines because they're all primed, so I can't tell what fucking weapons they have. But most of these Marines have plasma guns.
It was Korn versus Deathwing. You get a bunch of Terminators.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 5 of them right here.
What's Hellbrute? I thought that came later.
Yeah, Black Legion Chaos. And hold up. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, this is a Hellbrute. Yeah.
I thought it came later. I thought it was. 'Cause I can't remember the Hellbrute being in 6th. Did they drop the Hellbrute in 6th?
I
No.
don't think so.
Because
I
I
wouldn't think
can
so.
never remember. Well, I can. I never played a Hellbrute with my Iron Warriors. I played Iron Warriors in 6th. and it wasn't in the Codex. It's not in the 6th edition Codex. I've just got my 6th edition Chaos Codex out. Maybe it was a Forge World thing?
Because it's a 6th edition box.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I
6th
wonder why-
edition's when the Hellbrute was introduced.
Right.
It must have been after the Codex. So it's not in the Codex.
It probably was an FAQ.
Yeah, no, GW does that a
it-
lot too, where you need to buy a specific product in order to get the latest updates
Correct.
for your
like,
rules.
There's a really powerful Death Guard unit that you can only get if you have like the Dark Imperium box set.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, isn't that Plague
It's
Librarian or whatever it
It's
is?
the Plague Marine Mage thing. The one
Yeah.
that specializes in it's a really powerful psychic, a psyker.
Man, I got me some Fenrisian wolves too coming soon.
Nice.
I have such an eclectic it's so eclectic. I want to try and not get as much Space Marine stuff.
Eclectic?
I don't know, just because I'm a little biased, because a lot of I don't know what it is, but there's so much more to 40k than just Terra and Space Marines and everything. And the
Hold on, are you just trying to recreate the Months of Shame?
really
Yeah.
what?
You collect Grey Knights and you don't know about
don't know
the
the
Months of Shame.
For shame.
Man, I'm trying to remember.
Irony, but I don't know either. But I just wanted to say irony.
It's when the Space Wolves went to war against the Inquisition and the Grey Knights.
Now,
And
Oh, yeah,
almost
you can't-
wiped the
Like,
Grey
they
Knights
can't-
out.
Ball,
Really fucked
ball,
up Fenris.
don't bully the poor man.
No, I remember this. No, they fucked up the what was it? The Fang? I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Well, they did more damage to the Fang than the
No.
Horus Heresy. They actually did more damage to it than in the entire Horus Heresy, but
Yeah,
the
I
thing is the Space Wolves basically nearly wiped the Grey Knights out that were there, because they were having to call in assistance from about 5 other chapters.
Yeah.
Including the Red Corsairs.
I remember more
True
stuff what
heretic.
happened after because of that. Like the Grey Knights are more not pro Zeno, but they're more helpful to everyone else. Like I remember there was a story where they helped the Eldar get some relics back so that way they can push back chaos. Like if anything, the Grey Knights are what the Emperor of Mankind wanted, because the Inquisition is just fucking crazy with what they're doing. All chaos must be removed. And it's like, yeah, you're gonna fucking blow up. You're doing more damage by wiping out an entire fucking planet just to avoid getting, just to avoid chaos. Like, god damn, I remember more stories with I have the omnibus on my
Knights
shelf that has
created-
3 of the books on there, but I can't remember a lot of their earlier stuff.
Omnibus came out before the Codex ever did. The Grey Knights were created to be the Order Militant of the Ordo Xenos, or the Order Hereticus of the Inquisition.
Damn,
Sole purpose.
I've been really out of touch with the lore.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember when the last time I even played. Yeah.
Cause
No.
I remember the books you're talking about because I read them all too. The Grey Knight series that ended in the last book with the Grey Knight character going to Karmaroth.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about the same thing, right? Okay.
Kamarog.
Yeah, we're on the same
Pretty
page.
damn sure it's pronounced Kamarog.
And when he
With a
came,
place of spikes and BDSM galore. That's
yeah, and when he came back, the Inquisitor's like, there's more than just being a Grey Knight. You could become an Inquisitor. I'm like, well, ho up. Yeah, that's not lore friendly in any way, shape, or form. Because that was written before the Spiritual Leech was kicked off of Space Marines and had to write Gal Drago.
Oh man, I remember when he was so OP.
Him and his warp dust. I like your horn, Mr. Unicorn.
Oh man, imagine being so freaking boss and heavy metal that you literally are waging a one-man war against chaos in the realm of chaos.
And carve
So,
your heart into the great unclean one.
Thing is, there's two Primarchs running around inside there as well, just kicking people's ass. There's
Yeah.
Russ and Corvus Corax, and Corvus Corax has got a hold of, well, almost got a hold of Lorgar twice.
He's working on it.
Dorn, but that's
And the
no
Khan's just
confirmation.
chilling out on the dark Eldar home world because, gotta go fast.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Like, I have a bunch of just random model. Obviously, I have the Chaos stuff because I have the box, but I want to get me more Mechanicus just because, I love their aesthetic, If I'm going to use one of them in my D&D stuff as an Artificer, just because, damn it, man, the Mars and just robot shit just looks so cool.
And all of their guns in no shape, way, shape, or form, or just refurbished World War II weaponry.
Yeah, I have a box of Rangers, and there's literally a dude with a fucking musket.
A giant Lee Enfield, when there's one with the ARC carbine, that's an M1 carbine. I'm like,
Yeah, like,
I
I love these minis. They're so cool. And then,
their transport's nothing more than a hover LST from the D-Day invasion. I'm like, wow. Just wow.
yeah.
SGW never took inspiration from anything.
No, if
Always
anything, they take
original.
inspiration from everything.
They invented pauldrons, did you not know? Did you know?
Yeah, you'd think a company that takes inspiration from everywhere and everything would be a little less liberal with suing.
Nah,
Yeah.
they don't take inspiration from anything. They've
I was-
invented everything.
I remember I was reading. Someone gave me like a video series of all the shit GW like actually plagiarized and just kind of Control
Was
F
it an
and change
8-hour
the name.
video?
Like 90% of Doom.
Yeah, and all I can
Not
think is
Doom.
Jesus.
Dune.
Fair bit of Tolkien, you know.
Like the crazy thing is all the chaos
CW
stuff.
didn't need to steal from Tolkien. They had the rights to it.
Yeah, because
No,
they're
they
the
got
ones
that
that makes
later.
the Lord of the Rings tabletop.
Yeah, they got the right. They bought the rights, but that was a lot later on.
Oh, okay.
Talking about like them literally using the word Eldar.
Yeah. Like the entire conflict with
High
chaos
elves.
and shit, and this whole like gray morale. Like the Space Marines and humans aren't necessarily the good guys. If anything, you want my favorite video or some like little
The
tangent that you did?
Dictionary definition of
40k,
lesser.
there are no good guys.
Exactly.
Except for maybe the Space Wolf
No.
and the Salamanders.
None of them are good.
Leonhard,
It's-
welcome
it's-
to the stream. How you doing, brother? One day the
That's
Nids are
good.
gonna get it right and just start producing waifus. Check and mate, son. Yes.
But that's
Them
heresy.
Venom snacks.
I don't
them
know,
Venom
man.
snacks.
The
Snacks.
matriarch
Hey, they
model
are a
they
snack
got,
and a
she
sack.
looking
Them
kind
Venom
of thick.
sacks gotta get puffed up, boy.
No, I was looking at no, because I remember this was a while ago. You were talking how the Tau don't really fit the grimdark aesthetic of 40k. I'm like, yeah,
Don't. Like, I've been debated
No.
on this a lot, and there are some really hardcore Tau fans who get like nuclear about it. Like the moment you say, "Oh, they don't fit the aesthetic," they get really defensive and aggressive.
and I'm thinking, well, if they were further out in space, maybe because then they wouldn't,
No.
as because
Okay.
I'm playing devil's advocate for the Tau, right? If they were like way further out in like deep space,
Oh, I got a better devil's advocate than anything you can pull up, because I've actually defended the Tau in one particular regard, and the one argument I will accept with the Tau is they're not supposed to be as grimdark as the other factions. The idea is they're the youngest faction, and they're kind of the faction that is the closest in terms of its mentality and its approach to things is basically like the golden age of humanity was. Very naive, very high tech, but very naive, very young, and not as hyper aggressive as the others. It's still evil in its own rights, still does bad things, but comparatively it's downright saintly, but compared to the others.
yeah, which is
It
why I
is
usually
very-
say like that. From the videos that I've been keeping up with now, because a bunch of Tau just got a bunch of new shit. Or I say recently, but it's been when I checked, they got a bunch of Pathfinders, or I forget what that Kill Team box gave them, but they got a lot of good stuff recently. And someone gave me like an update on the lore and stuff, another like Reddit thing I was in, and someone again completely been outside of the lore for a while at this point. I've just been collecting the models and just or quote unquote collecting. I've been getting a list of stuff that I'm like, that looks cool. That looks cool. That looks cool. Hey, do you like Vikings in space? Collect this army. And
You said you've been out of the law for a while. Do
Yeah.
you know Erda?
Oh, fuck you, Ball.
No, Paul. No, bad Paul.
Fuck
the
you.
most
Oh, get
the
out.
most caught up thing that really surprised me is I got another video that you did.
No, seriously.
Is
Do
what's
you
his
know
face
who Erda is?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Or the true origins.
She's the mummy of all the Primarchs.
Parties.
What?
She's the mother of all the Primarchs.
No, that is not lore.
And to stop the Emperor from having them and using them as tools, she yeeted them into the warp. They weren't cast in by the Chaos Gods.
Hold
You
on.
gotta
She
be
was the one who
shitting me.
threw them into the warp to
Where's
stop
my
the Emperor
noose?
from using them as tools.
Oh my.
So she's going for Mother of the Year awards.
That is so dumb.
Welcome to Modern GW rating.
Or better yet, you want to know why they're called the Adeptus Astartes? It's because they were made by some random bent called Astartes.
Astarte. Yeah, there's a woman who's a perpetual who was a follower of the Emperor who her name was Astarte.
Yes, so all
Man,
the Adeptus
they've really been
Astartes were named after her.
They've been
She
making a
was
lot
the
of.
one
Really,
who...
it's totally not a Latin word for something else.
Pyrrhus? Bad Pyrrhus.
Man, they've really been going down. Like I read the someone gave me an explanation as to what happened to Warhammer Fantasy, and they gave me PDFs of the end time books. Those things are metal as hell. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
reading them makes me think, okay, I would be totally pissed if I was in this universe and like actually gave a shit. But these books are really cool.
Not only
You
that,
like
but
them?
Oh yeah, no, like the books are really entertaining and like the prose and everything is great and the writing itself is cool. But then I remember this is basically like DC doing a reboot by basically fucking killing everyone and then just rebooting it. And it's like, okay, it's okay, we can do all we want with these characters because we're gonna reboot. Kinda, sorta. It's weird because the connection to Age of Sigmar is just not explained to me properly.
But it was written like it was written by a 2-year-old
and then
who
this
didn't know the
happened,
law
and
of what
this
they were
happened,
actually yeeting
and
out the window.
Orc sneaks up on the Chaos guy and kicks him in the nuts, and then this happens.
Okay, so
And
let
this
me ask
happens
you
for
guys know,
reasons.
are Skaven
And
that powerful?
the Lady of the Lake is actually an high elf god, and for reasons,
Yeah.
because reasons, and
I think they should just have left her just be just something just other and mysterious.
they just and
I don't like what.
No.
Why is the need to explain everything? Why not leave a little mystery?
and
Because
Nagash
everything needs
just
an explanation,
happens
don't
to
you know?
Oh yeah, the
Ma-
Nagesh randomly having this like super powerful item in the pyramid. Like I'm not gonna lie and say, again, I've only read the end times, and I could tell clearly just from reading those, this is clearly just to end it. Cause I gotta ask you guys, are Skaven that powerful?
It's a,
Yes,
suicide note.
Skaven are the most powerful race in the entire Warhammer world. The only thing stopping the Skaven from destroying the world are the
the
Skaven.
Are 4 mercenaries.
Because
No,
the
they're
Skaven, they seemed like retardedly overpowered as just a faction when I was reading those.
The Skavens have nukes.
They blew up the moon. You could,
Yeah.
like, you blew up the moon in a fantasy setting. Like, jeez, how strong are these guys?
Yeah,
They have nukes. Literally, nukes.
made out of pure warp stone, which
Made
is
out of
probably
pure warp.
stronger than a nuclear bomb.
Mm.
It explodes.
The thing that
Especially when
bugged
you
me is
launch
someone
all 4 of them in one map.
No.
The only
bugged me a
cool
bit
thing
is
was
the
when
one thing that was-
Paul, you like when you explained to me that whole thing with Cetra and whatnot of just being Cetra does not
Oh,
serve.
yeah.
That was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, that was probably the only time they got any of the writing for the end times correct lore.
Yeah.
Is when the Chaos Gods tricked Cetra,
Mhm.
and then during the final battle, Cetra just turned the Chaos Gods are like, "Yes, serve us," and Cetra's just like, "Wait, what?
Nah.
What did you just say to me?"
Screeching. It's like it's that record stop. What?
Cetra does not serve. Turns around and charges the entire Chaos Horde.
There are some really kick-ass characters in the lore. Like, I'm glad Nagesh is in Age of Sigmar, because I really dug Nagesh.
Ugh.
Hey, you got to remember, Age of Sigmar came
Age
out
of Shitmar.
orientated to little kids. Because there are rules in the first edition of Age of Sigmar that are, if your model has a mustache, gain 1 victory point. If your mustache is better than your models, gain 2 victory points.
Okay, that is
Talk to your models
ridiculous.
before the
Seriously?
game, gain 4
Oh.
victory points. But if your models talk back to you, seek medical attention.
No, part of the rules were in Age of Shitmar is basically if you've got like a warrior priest with a chant, you have to fucking chant in order for it to fucking go off and shit like that. It's like, this is
Yes, accounting for people to actually have
completely
singing voices.
retarded.
Oh man, gameplay-wise, I won't say anything, but as a lore and just general interesting shit that you can take from that, it's really cool. Like the Stormcast Eternals as a concept, I just love.
Oh, I
The
hate
ground
the
marines?
freaking Sigmarines.
Yeah, I mean,
I
as soon as I saw, there's a reason why they're the
Sigmarines.
fucking cover of the Age of Sigmar. As soon as I saw them, I knew this is.
The only thing I like about
Ground
the Sigmarines are
Marines.
their hammer weapons.
Yeah, those things are metal as hell.
No, 'cause they use
Freaking
them as
Sigmar
thunder
just like lightning teleports them wherever, and they just hunker down and take a spot.
Yeah, if you're 12 and you it's like, oh, what? It would be cool if it did this.
Ball is
Yeah, no,
trying to-
again, I'm just
Which is
Again,
my
if I-
reaction to in Star Trek the USS Prometheus. I hate that ship. The most over-designed ship of all time.
1,
Yeah.
2.
I could tell. No, I can tell that there's a lot like going it like again. This is I'm guessing I'm the target audience for that game because I'm thinking like, oh hey, here's the end times, here's this interesting stuff that I like for Age of Sigmar, and then all I could think is somewhere you burned your entire fan base. I can feel it, but I don't know where you did because some of this stuff is awesome, but I feel like something's off, and this entire conversation basically proves my point.
The only thing awesome about Age of Shitmar are the Spy Dwarves. I have made my statement, and I will stick by it.
Oh man, there's some. It sucks too because the stuff that I like, everyone.
How's the comic section?
I can tell because the stuff that I like from this stuff, I know somewhere this came out of like left field, and it's just probably the older stuff is probably like way better than the stuff that I'm liking now, and I'm just gonna like eat that shit up when I actually go over there and read it.
Yeah, I'm not a Warhammer Fantasy fan, so unfortunately I can't comment. But Ball, what would you say is like the best like lore story for old school fantasy?
Felix and
If you want novels, the Godric and Felix novels.
I would just say any like
And,
in terms of self-contained stories, whether they're short stories, the full novels, or anything like that. You know.
Probably the Godric and Felix novels would be the place to start.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a good place to start, and then go from there. Because
They still
Godric
sell
and Felix
those,
are just
or is it something you gotta look up online?
still on Blake Library, I think.
Yeah, I'll just follow what I'll start
They're
the
still
trail
writing
eventually.
the damn things.
Isn't fantasy coming back because of the success of well, obviously the shit reception of Sigmar?
Pseudo fantasy.
Yeah, it's not gonna
The
be
sort
fantasy.
of bringing it back with Age of Shitmar.
No, because
I
I thought there was.
believe that fantasy is back when we finally get
Alright,
a brand new
Would you guys say
Codex
I
Draconia.
replicated? Because this is the old one, this is the new one. Other than the highlights being brighter. Would you guys say
Pretty good.
I replicated it
Yeah.
for a while? Oh,
Yeah.
Let's do a side
The only, like you say, the only thing that makes it stand out more is the edge highlighting,
Yeah,
and maybe the blacks are slightly darker on the other one.
No, that's part of the edge highlight. I think it just makes it look lighter.
Possibly. And that's like the only real difference I can see it.
man, here you
So-
are. Like, I really wanted to get me a freaking printer now, so I can get the resin one, so I can get this stuff. Because I found a.
I'm going all over just seeing what I can grab. I mean, obviously the one that I got, I need to tweak the settings so I can get something solid.
I mean,
But
the only mini out of the ones I'm painting right now that's 3D printed is this one. The other ones are official model kits. But to give you another example of 3D printed, painted 3D printed anyway. Once again.
Yeah, that one's painted 3D printed. That's pretty metal.
Oh, it's plastic.
No, it's actually resin.
This guy right
Same
here,
thing.
this is my Orc War Boss, the one I was mentioning earlier that it took us forever to find an STL that looked like it was GW level.
Yeah.
Because everything else either looked infinitely better than their stuff or looked completely off. So we had to look for a like. It feels bad to say this because I know probably the person who 3D modeled this probably put a lot of effort into it, but yeah, it really just came down to we were looking for an orc that could serve as a war boss that looked like it was GW official.
That's great.
And this guy is he's fully 3D printed. He's my Death Skulls Orc War Boss.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, fully 3D
I don't know
printed.
if I'll ever actually play the game again, but I'll definitely at least get enough to. I'm trying to remember what the range was. Like, it's like there's the 500, 750, 1,000, and then 2,000 points, right?
There's incursion.
That's gone out of the window now.
Well,
I think now it's 500,000, 2,000.
It's 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, and then everything above that I think is Apocalypse.
You can tell I've been out of the game for a while by what I'm saying.
You're fine.
Yeah. No, like, because you were doing those edge highlights and stuff, I've really been wanting to pick up some Tau stuff, and I've never given a shit about Tau. But then one random painting video led to another, and I ended up watching someone paint a Tau model. And I'm thinking, I'm not much of a Tau guy, but those Fire Warriors would make some pretty cool models to have.
Isn't that how it always starts? I ain't much of a this guy. Then you do it. Now I am. Oh.
yeah, I mean,
That's how the furry infection begins.
the factions that I liked, I immediately got into. Grey Knights, as soon as I got some lore bits when I first discovered the world and stuff, I immediately loved Grey Knights, and I bought two strike squads. That was $100 purchase because I think I bought some extra stuff too, like some paints and all this other stuff that I wanted to do. I remember leaving that store with 2 boxes of Grey Knights and freaking receipt for $100. That was one hell of a day. And then later, I had a buddy of mine who also played Warhammer. We went to school together, and he introduced me to, the Space Wolves. And all he had to tell me was, all right, imagine Vikings in space. And
Werewolf Vikings in space.
and I loved it. I'm thinking,
I've just always thought werebears are cooler. I don't
And
know why.
because of the current rules, I'm thinking, oh, sweet. What if I had Grey Knights and Space Wolves in the same army? And this is before I, knew about the lore and everything else. I just knew bits and pieces. And I'm thinking, yeah, sure. He's looking at me like, yeah, sure. Grey Knights, Space Wolves, same army. Yeah, that's gonna be a good idea.
Yeah. What could
Go wrong.
possibly go wrong?
Right?
Or what couldn't go wrong? That's probably an easier question to ask.
Well, as long as you took Bjorn along, everything would be fine.
He's the
Blade breaker.
I'm trying to remember. He's the one in the dreadnought, right?
Yes.
Right. And when
the fail-handed.
whenever I think what you get a
Sounds like
special
he's just really
objective if he
unlucky at the
dies to
end.
retrieve the coffin that he leaves, I think.
Oh, that doesn't exist anymore.
What? That was my
Yeah.
favorite rule whenever I was playing with my bud, because I'd always snipe him. Because when I did Grey Knights, I used to have the assassin, and his range was retarded. Like he could shoot you from across the board, and man, he was such a great sniper. I forget what assassin he was, and every
Vindicare?
time,
Vindicare.
thank you.
Vindicare assassin.
Yeah.
I think I ended up selling him to a
Vindicare,
friend of
Calidus, that one, the psychic one, and the
Yeah.
psycho one.
all I knew was, oh, hey, who would have thought sniping off your best model on the table is pretty valuable? And every time he'd send a fucking Fenrisian wolves to fast attack and kill him. And think, man, you're sending like 5 wolves against the 1 sniper. What am I gonna do? And it's like, oh, you could just equip your Grey Knights with something neat. Don't they come with the teleportation package or something? Like, he's saying this sarcastically because he knew what Grey Knights had. I'm like, I'm not gonna, use one of my options to just have a one turn or once. I think it was 1 per game teleportation on the field. I need my upgrades.
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
Yeah. And this was before I had paladins, so I really decked out my
Specialty.
knight. Yeah.
How
And
many
then
How many Wolf God did your mate ever play?
I don't remember.
Wolfguard.
Ha-
An
ha-
entire
ha-
army of Wolfguard.
Let's put it this way. How many one-turn charges did your squads get wiped out in?
I was able to pull through, actually. I was able to make a lot of rolls.
He obviously didn't play enough Wolf God.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
All right.
because nothing but Wolfguard and Terminator armor.
Oh no,
Wolf
my
Back when, you
favorite my favorite was
Terminator good.
Wolfguard in power armor, drop
Uh-huh.
podding in with the combi plasma guns and power fists. So the turn that the turn they drop in, they unleash, and because they're Logan Grimnar's great company, all your reinforcements turn up on turn 2, regardless.
Asmogan, what is your opinion on particle beam weapons? Common example of which is the phasers in Star Trek in grimdark settings. So phaser weapons in grimdark settings, I think they could work quite well. I mean, in Warglaive Gothic, that's what the Terran Republic primarily use, are beam-based weapons.
I mean, your molecules are being like literally ripped apart when you're using
ripped
them.
apart,
And I think
incinerated,
one
and deatomized.
show, I think there was one of the doctors
it's
talking
just-
about the
I mean,
theorized that
if we, outside of my own biased usage of it, we can also look. If we look at 40k, that's a particle beam weapon is basically what the Necrons use.
Volkite. That and the Volkite.
Yeah, the Volkite.
Okay, yeah.
The digital weaponry that you can get, like, hidden in rings and stuff for Dark Heresy. The digital weaponry.
There's also it's the pretty much the same sort of thing that the Wraith Guard use. Can't remember the name of the weapon.
There's quite a bit of particle weaponry used. I think it's just a staple of sci-fi, whether it's grimdark or not. I don't think it has an effect on the setting.
it can be kind of
Las
horrific in
guns
its
be
own
particle
way. Like,
Yeah,
weaponry?
you can make it very horrific. I mean, Star Trek's
Because-
usage of it is very tame, but if you can
Yeah,
think of
although
creative
I think
ways to
there
make
was-
it quite horrifying.
yeah, there was a description even in Star Trek by like it's like a doctor talking about like Klingon disruptors. Even though you're disintegrated instantly, it's like it feels like every molecule in your body, like you're basically being boiled alive. You're in the most excruciating pain imaginable for about that split second you're being disintegrated.
That's pretty metal.
So they were like debating, is like, would it be better to be beheaded by a bat'leth or go down by a disruptor? It was during the one where Jake Sisko was stranded on a planet during that brief little kerfuffle with the Klingons.
That's another one of the War Story-esque episodes.
Yeah, it was the something about the brave or the bravest or something.
Yeah, which in it, Jake Sisko was not brave.
And he basically admits it in it to himself, which is part of like the philosophical.
Although later on in the series, he does do stuff I would describe as brave, so it's kind of confusing to me.
So it could be just like a learning experience for him, I suppose. In that he discovered his not cowardly, but his sort of like the fear inside of him. Is once you know that, you can know what to look for, I guess.
Oh man. Seeing you going hand with these paintings, but really, I don't know. I don't believe in like any predestination or any of that stuff, but the stars aligned and everything's just coming together. Just because everything happens, like everything was just not pure happenstance, but it's like, all right, want to get into minis because I want to do that. Like everything's influenced by another thing because I follow this one group who like kickstart their books and everything, and one of their latest campaigns was so successful that they wanted to make a figure of one of the main characters in the books. But the way they were going to do it is they're going to make it a garage kit, and that's basically like anime slang and shit for a figure that comes, you know, disassembled, and it's black and, you know, it's grayscale and everything, and you put it together and you paint it. It's like your own build
all
a
of
figure.
GW's business model.
Yeah, but this time it's 1/7 scale, so this thing is pretty big.
So like an action figure.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, man, that'd be really cool. And I bought one, and I'm thinking, wait, I don't really know how to paint that well, but this is really cool. I'd like to have the character like on my shelf because they don't, you know, right now they can only afford to make the figure and send it as a garage kit or unpainted, fully assembled scale model. And I thought, well, I'll just paint it myself. At least that way it comes apart. I'll just get the garage kit because it comes apart and I can put it together, do everything else. Like I see people make these on YouTube. I mean, watch a couple videos, learn whatever. And then I'm thinking, you want to know what? I have a bunch of minis. Let me get back into painting. And I found my brushes, I got some D&D minis, and I painted a couple of them, which are the ones that I shared in the chat. You know, I found me an iron golem that I had, and I've had 2 earth elementals. So I went to town, saw what I did each of those in about a day, like one sitting for each. And I thought, yeah, this is pretty cool. I can get back into this. And then the very next day after I finished the earth elementals, my friend had finally got a group to do D&D. Like we have an actual like, hey, here's the meeting place, here's the time. It's actually pretty convenient for everyone to be in this location.
That is a miracle in itself.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, this is all coming together really, really nicely.
The Kronk meme is yeah, right. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together.
Right. And then one thing leads to another, and hey, look at that. I'm speaking in here again, even though, you know, I'm more... personally, I'd just rather be more of a background guy, you know?
Oh, I like it when you talk. This has been a great conversation. I'll be saddened when you go back to the background.
No, you know, it's
background.
No, I've been gone primarily because I've been on second shift this whole time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of difficult to make the live streams. I catch the videos still,
which I appreciate pretty much.
Yeah, I catch the videos, and and everyone's asleep or not active when I'm reading through all the chats. But you know, I'm still here doing my
thing. I did miss some of the major stuff that happened, you know,
for some of the mod stuff, but that was resolved by the time I woke up. So that was whatever. By the time I was able to do something, because it was like midnight over here when I was getting off of work, and it's like, oh sweet, all right, let me open up Discord, and okay, it looks like some shit was going down, and I couldn't do anything because I was stuck on top of a machine all day. But yeah, no, I'm finally back on first shift, so yay! How you guys doing? And I guess it's making the comeback.
Oh, good to hear you're back on first. Preferred human schedule.
Yeah.
There's my horse.
Oh man. So now all I'm thinking right now is, seeing the quality of all this stuff. Was this one 3D printed? Or you bought this one?
This one was bought from GW. This is a GW kit. This is a name just slipped out of my brain. It's not a Hive Tyrant. No, this is a Hive Tyrant. Sorry. Yeah, this is a Hive Tyrant. This is a GW model. There are some, in my opinion, wicked-looking ones people have made on Colt and stuff. That is just god tier. Like some of the custom ones people have modeled themselves look even better than this. This looks like this is a pretty good model. This is one of the ones GW I think did a pretty good job on. But when you look up some of the stuff that people have made in their own time, just 3D sculpting and stuff, it kind of outdoes some of GW's best work.
Yeah, I found some. I'm trying to remember where I found them, but I found some replacement units for my Rangers and
Proxies? Proxies or?
Oh no, they're not Skitarii Rangers because you know if you put you can't really put hi. This is a 3D printed model of insert army from 40k here, because then GW will go over there and smack them down, give them a CND and everything because they're super overprotective of an IP that they themselves. We're not gonna get into it. Like I tried finding
stolen in 40k.
Literally everything in 40k is stolen.
I have the Ulrich of Melibene books now, and all I can think is, holy crap, GW just took the entire Chaos thing from this series.
And on that note, I am going to have to hit the hay.
Right.
Thanks for having us, and have a good night.
Have a good night, Paul. Rest well, man.
Take it easy. Good night. Bye.
Hey,
See you, my dude.
I'm still popped up on sugar, so I'm going for a while longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a yoo-hoo and then knock out too. I got a freaking early morning. Like, best thing about first shift is I actually have normal human hours. Worst thing about first shift, I need to actually sleep.
Thankfully, I have tomorrow off.
Jeez.
And I'm pretty much just gonna be painting all day tomorrow, so it's not really a day off, but day off from my day job.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, seeing all this, I'm excited to get my Fenris and Wolves. I'll send you a DM about the garage kit that because after I got into the painting, a bud of mine in another chat that I ended up joining because I buy and grab a lot of because that's kind of who I am. I like grabbing stuff and information and everything. Like I can send you like a terabyte worth of art shit that I just grabbed from all over the internet, like reference image, books, how to draw, theory stuff. Videos, I got it all on my freaking 4 terabyte external hard drive just because I kept collecting it, and I kept getting miniature stuff, and eventually that led me to a Kickstarter, like what was it called, like anime themed D&D mini, and I'm thinking, okay, this is gonna be kind of crap, but then I saw the miniature and I'm thinking, this is competent, like this is actually pretty well done, like this actually looks really good. So like, and I'm thinking, well, you know what, I'm gonna back this campaign, let's see how it goes. And one thing led to another, and now I'm in a freaking chat, and one of the guys that they got to help print all these miniatures, because you can either buy the file or you can just buy the mini, and me being dumb, I just bought the mini because I didn't have a printer, so why would I get the file? And I'm talking to this guy, and he's the one that kind of helped me figure stuff out with the 3D printing and stuff. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, this stuff seems interesting. Admittedly, it's an investment up front, but in the end, you're getting like 5 times the amount of stuff for the same
once
price.
You have the printer, you are going to be saving infinitely more money than if you bought stuff from GW.
Yeah, someone showed, like I saw this video, and someone said, here's my 8,000 point Tau army that only cost me $100. And that was for the resin needed to print all of it.
Yep. My Krieg army has only cost me $3 so far.
That is, man, yeah. Got to go ham with it. I mean, I know you have to cure it, and I know you got to clean them after you're done, and all this other extra stuff.
Sounds more complicated than it really is, to be honest.
Yeah, I've seen the steps, and all I could think is I can literally just put that in a booth. Like they have little man-made ones that you can just leave, and it does the thing for you. Like.
Yeah, I have 2 wash and cure machines, which all washing is, it sounds complicated, but all it is quite frankly, you don't need a machine to do that. If you grab a bucket, and you hold the mini by like one secure end, and just shake it in some. If it's normal resin, it's not water washable. You shake in some isopropyl alcohol, and you just swish it around in there. It's clean.
Yeah. The one thing that he did tell me is like the most expensive thing about this entire process is going to be the alcohol currently.
The alcohol is weirdly expensive, yeah.
But yeah, it's whatever. I mean, hey, this is a process. Like the models that I've been in a werewolf mood recently, because I'll send you I'll put it in the chat later. But there was a show that came out like a little bit ago that triggered everyone's like something healer or whatever, and there was like he goes to like the north and there's like this wolf girl chick, and I'm thinking, oh, that's adorable, and she has obviously because she has a bunch of merchant shit, but there's the company or not a company, a fan group who make a lot of garage kits.
They made a file of her, and I'm thinking, all right, so not only do I have this other figure that's coming in the mail soon eventually, but now I see all these other options and all this 3D printing stuff, and I'm getting the painting.
And I'm not even into Genshin Impact, but my bud also has like most of like a lot of the female cast, or at least a lot of the female cast that I like. And all I could think is, I guess I'll be painting a lot more humans in the future. And it's been in this endless cycle of, I'm randomly getting all this energy to just
paint all these miniatures and just have a nice artsy-fartsy shelf and stuff.
Use it while you have it. Energy is in short supply.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
And when it's gone, it's a pain in the ass to get back.
Yeah. I don't know. It takes a little things to really get it all nice and stuff. Because I remember while I was on second shift, I was just dead inside. So I thought, you know what? I need a change of pace. So I finally hung up a lot of my tapestries. Like, my room was originally just kind of barren. The walls were empty. Nothing really there. And I thought, you want to know what? Here's a box full of like 100+ tapestries. Let me open them up. Let me see what shows or what looks nice. And let me hang them on the wall. And I forgot I bought a lot of these. And some of these are all I can think is, why did I buy this? Oh, right. This was probably super cheap.
And then some of them I open and I think, this one doesn't have a lot of, this character doesn't have a lot of clothing on. I can see why I bought this.
It's like, that was teenager me, that was teenager me, that's adult me.
Yeah. Like, and I have a box full of acrylic standees, and I'm thinking, oh, no wonder I like collecting these. These are adorable. Like, cute little minifigures, but they're just flat and they have an image on it. I'll send a picture in the chat later. And I was excited to finally just organize my shelf and just put them all there, and now it looks nice. Just, it's the little things that add up, you know?
Yeah.
And while I got this excitement, unfortunately it's GW, so it's going to take me about, I don't know, like 2 to 3 weeks for the damn Fenrisian wolves to come in for some reason. I ordered them off of Amazon. They gave me 2 weeks.
Yeah, because they're coming straight from GW, which is in the UK, and they're pretty slow to ship.
But those Fenrisian wolves are pretty cool. Like, I'm not going to collect some space wolves because they're pretty heavy metal, I will admit. But I can't get into 3 armies /4 because I don't like Tau that much.
Huh.
I just really like the Fire Warriors right now. And I only like them right now because I saw some gameplay of the new Kill Team box that came out, and that squad had a Pathfinder in it. And I'm thinking, okay, these models are pretty cool. I like Fire Warriors again. I'll get a box of Fire Warriors because both my Skatari and the Fire Warriors would look super cool next to each other, or shooting at each other, or shooting with each other, or shooting with each other while shooting at each other, while getting eaten by wolves in the background, because then I'll also have the Fenrisian wolves by then. Just so many options and just all this. Yeah, let's get creative again. And I can repaint my Grey Knights because I also have another box that I found randomly. So yay, more Strike Squad.
Hell yeah. I still gotta finish painting a lot of my armies. I have got a lot of armies in the process of being painted. The only army I have that has any kind of completed status is my Orc army, and that's only to 1,000 points. I have over 4,000 points worth of Orcs though.
Jeez.
And been in the hobby 9 years and been collecting the entire time. Well, now that I have a 3D printer, it's even easier for me to make the stuff.
Yeah. Man, as soon as I get a 3D printer, I'm just gonna go ham and just have so much AdMech. Because I wanted to, okay. I want to at least get some of the stuff, because I was watching all these videos, right? Okay, how to, the start collecting box.
Which is no longer a thing.
Yeah, I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, it's combat patrols now.
Yeah, all I could think is this thing is freaking twice the price for the same amount of models.
Well, it's not the same amount, to be fair.
Yeah.
Some boxes are closer to the start collecting box than others, but generally speaking, start collecting boxes weren't guaranteed to have 500 points worth of units in them. Combat patrols, one thing I can credit them with is they are kind of trying to do that.
Yeah, no, because the AdMech one, you got a squad of Skitarii Rangers and you got a vehicle. That was it. You barely got... You needed to give them upgrades and deck them out.
Mm-hmm.
To even get close to, the AdMech was pretty bad in terms of that. I mean, I think the idea was these start collecting what you get 2 of them and now you can play with it. And I'm thinking, okay, so even in the codex I have, which is I think their first one, they're the two squads of Rangers, your HQ, and then 2 vehicles. Yeah, that's 500 points. But you're better be smart, because you only have 2 squads of Rangers.
Think strategically. Don't think like an orc. Like me.
Oh man, my favorite story to this day still is the Imperial Guard are defending this hill, I think, and they run out of ammo. And they go to their commissar and they're like, "Sir, we're out of ammo." And he basically just smugly replies, "They're orcs." And all they just start saying is bang, bang. And then one orc falls. And they're just like bang, 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 bang. And you have an entire freaking squad of just Imperial Guard just shouting out bang, 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 and the orcs falling down. But one orc just keeps charging and charging and charging. And eventually they get through their ranks, and as he's about to smash the one guardsman, he's like, bang! And the last thing he sees are these 2 little boys on his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "You're a tank, you're a tank, you're a tank, you're a tank, you're a tank."
I wish that was canon, but yeah.
Oh, really? I remember that was just a random story I read.
It is a random story. It's unfortunately not canon. That's just like a community joke scenario people came up with. And it's one that's probably accurate to the lore, but it's unfortunately not canon.
It sounds like a story that just the guard would be telling each other around whatever passed for a campfire.
Uh-huh.
And it's not too inaccurate. I mean, orcs pretty much work like that.
They are so dumb. Their psychic powers make them super great. They are the best psychers in the universe to will shit to happen.
Which makes make recalling the Krorks all the more terrifying. Krorks were at human / slightly above human intelligence, and they still had the same psychic power.
Jeez. Open up a fucking orc's gun, and it's just springs and nuts. Somehow it works. Red ones go faster.
Not to mention, Krorks were like fucking 8 feet, 9 feet tall on average.
Oh man, there's so many. Okay, right now, I will 100% say Knights, AdMech, and yeah, just those 2 for now.
Grey Knights or Imperial Knights?
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot they actually have. Are they a proper army now too, or they just have models?
Imperial Knights? Oh, they've always been an army as long as they've been in the game, as far as I know.
Okay. Oh, right. No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the Custodians.
Oh, Custodians have always been an army too.
Yeah. No, it's so many freaking. There's so many more armies now.
Oh yeah, you got Imperial Guard. You have all the different chapters of Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, Plague Marines, and the Death Guard. You got the Rubric Marines. You got
Grey Knights. I gotta clarify because this game is huge.
Mm.
Love me my Grey Boys. It's the namesake. Gotta represent. So, love me my Grey Knights, and love me my Admex. And I will spoon feed my curiosity with some other armies that I actually like the models for. So I got my Fenrisian Wolves, and maybe some Tau Fire Warriors later. I will say one battle report I saw was someone who decked out their freaking crisis suits, I think they're called. They were just painted like Gundams.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just keeping it real if you ask me, because that's pretty much what Tau models are, is they're Gundams in 40k.
And I'm thinking like that doesn't really. Even the models don't fit the fucking aesthetic.
Kind of do actually. Thing is, it's commonly believed, and I tend to subscribe to this belief as well, that Tau were added to 40k solely to get a hold of the Gunpla people.
Yeah, I can believe it because it's way more blocky and angular than a lot of the sharp and I guess grit that it is.
Yeah, the rest of the 40k universe is very ramshackled, really gritty, really gothic for the most part.
You have freaking ships that are cathedrals that could like house heavy metal concerts. And then you go
Probably do.
And then you go to Tau and you have AMVs playing as they're just walking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, some of the suits are cool though. I will admit. That's why I have an interest in them, but the Fire Warriors are more like actual cool stuff.
Man, I gotta start saving and get me into a resin printer just so I can have all the 40k stuff that I want, and I can print me my own garage kits.
Yep.
Cause I'll put all the stuff I was talking about in the chat before I go to bed. I gotta knock out. I gotta
Early morning.
Shazo, sup dude? What's up, Shazo? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Y'all have an awesome one. Stay awesome, sauce.
You too, man. Talk to us more often. Miss ya on the ridiculous Discord. You do? Yeah. I'm glad you miss me. Yeah, I unfortunately had to leave again. Same reason I had to leave the first time. Financial issues. Might go back when I finally even things out, but I got medical bills and a bunch of other stuff, so have to cut budgetary related stuff where I can. I may be back to my full-time job, but unfortunately it takes a while to actually reassemble some income. But in the meantime, I just do my best with what I got.
Do what you must.
I do what I must. I must adapt. Makes sense? Yeah.
Adapt. Overcome.
Yeah, besides, I'm actually surprised anyone noticed I left. And the Adeptus Ridiculous Discord ain't really that tight knit. It's not like a negative really. It's just they're a growing bigger community. So when you bloat that much, people leaving is really hard to notice. Especially in my case, I wasn't like that communicative. I don't think maybe my assessment of myself in that regard is wrong, but who knows. I'm trying to do this base coat of red fast, but I'm not doing it as fast as I would have liked. Life is hard, and now it's 10% inflation last month. Yeah, financially shit's getting nutty. Try to keep up, really. But adapt and progress. That's all you gotta do. Adapt and progress.
Life continues whether you make it or not.
Yep. Life is not a very sentimental bitch. She keeps on moving. She keeps it real. Too real. The new Discord crackdown has made talking on it weird. Oh, really? Whoa, crackdown. What's going on? What'd I miss? What'd I miss?
The new
Fill me
terms of
in.
service, or
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear about a term of service difference.
yeah, they're gonna be going harder on. Like they were talking about like being able to kick people off for things they do outside of Discord and things like that. They're gonna be pushing hard on the censorship probably too.
Yeah. Day and age that we're going into. The new terms. Okay, so it is terms of service. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make you want to be on there that much, knowing that at any moment they can throw you off for some bullshit reasons that aren't even at all related to their platform.
Yeah, the best you can do is just stay on as long until you get kicked off, until they make you leave.
Which, with my very confrontational personality, is exactly what I'm gonna do. Currently still working on my Cornate Tyranids, as you can tell here. Shazo. Yeah, let me adjust here. There. Yeah, I got my Tyranid Warrior all said and done. Not done on this stream. This was done a while ago, but just showcasing what I got done. This stream I got this guy done. Yeah, I'm making progress. Thankfully, the scheme with Tyranids is pretty straightforward. It's only a couple of colors. Although, doesn't matter if it's only a couple of colors, it's still gonna take time when you're painting this Goliath. This chunky boy. It was taking a hot minute to paint.
This thick boy.
He thick.
Or whatever gender Tyranids have. I don't even know if they have have a gender.
If we go by the Tumblr / Rule 34 community, they're all female. If we're going by the lore, they don't really have one.
Which would make sense to me, given they're a hive mind that just spawns them. They wouldn't need to.
Yeah, they just spawn them out of jumbled biomass. There's no procreation really. Unless I miss something
Takes
in the
all
lore.
the fun out of it.
It does take the funnest aspect of spreading your species.
Good old fashioned way, like us barbarian.
Been on Gilded, the quartering server. It fine. All right. Wait. Quartering has a server on Discord, really? Huh. I don't know. I don't follow the guy that closely, so I wouldn't know. I thought he was a bit more of a boomer type. Slow on the technological upgrades, you know what I'm saying? Those models look great. I love NIDs. Nice. Yes, the models do look pretty cool. Painting them is a nightmare, though. Yeah, I even got this custom 3D printed. This is one of my 3D printed custom NID models.
Dagger.
Yeah. 3D printed this this fine lady not too long ago.
Leggy girl, got some legs doing the runway strut.
Yeah, she got them thighs. Well, according to the wiki, the Nord Queens spend all their time in the hive mind bickering with each other like a Discord. Why is it I feel like I should double check that? That little factotum.
I'm pretty sure they're just a. I don't know if they have like a consciousness that we'd recognize. It's just a will that just organizes all the individual things like limbs.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how it is. The all Tyranids share a mind. They share one singular sentient thought process and calculation. With Tyranids, that's kind of what makes them hard to understand, is that each Tyranid is... we look at them as individuals. Like, that's a Hormigaunt, that's a Termagant, that's a Hive Tyrant. But to the Tyranid, it's more like, that's my finger, that's my nail, that's my head. You know? And Tyranids are pretty baller. They're probably one of my favorite factions. I'd say my... in terms of certainly in terms of aesthetic, Tyranids are probably one of my favorites, because there's something just so primarily interesting about like the alien horror, like insectoid kind of vibe that they give off. That's just naturally cool. Please do, it's very funny. I will definitely give it a look when I can. My keyboard is over there. Far from my peripheral.
Way over there.
Yeah, I might just do the red on the Hive Tyrant for right now, and then move on to a different unit for a bit, because this guy takes a hot minute to do. And here, he is a major unit though, so that's why. So it makes sense why he would take longer than most. I wonder what color I'll do for the wings. Maybe like a light tan orange.
It's gonna fade in to kind of give that sort of light through flesh kind of look to it on the inside, at least. Or
Yeah, definitely give it a lighter tone so it looks like it's thinner.
light is shining through the membrane.
Yeah. Well, it's GW lore. It changes and gets retconned fairly often. Yeah, and that's definitely one thing that makes it hard to stay invested in 40. Some of 40K's lore is definitely that flip-floppy nature they have, and it happens when you have that many writers. But that's the problem, right? Like, I definitely don't think people should use that as an excuse when we talk about GW's writing. It's like, oh, well, they have so many writers, of course there's going to be so many discrepancies, and plus it's, it's biased perspective, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, even with biased perspective factored in, there's some things that just, that are fundamentally consistent, that make it still feel like a cohesive lore, as opposed to just a bunch of random one-offs that could apply to anything. But then when you retcon stuff, that's when that's undone. That's when that cohesion is completely
the significant
torn
weakness.
apart. Yeah, they need a lore bible, like certain things that are 100% canon and solid within the universe.
Something that creates a framework where they cannot wander beyond.
It's not even a bad thing for them to have so many authors. It's the fact that the authors, they're doing nothing to keep the authors cohesive amongst all their writings. Like, if you have, like, a referee, right, that can keep all the writers in check, and yeah, let them still have their individual takes, that's why you have so many of them, but at the same time, have them follow some basic rules of the universe that they have, that they don't have a say in changing just because they feel like it for the story. Gotta go, Asmo. Good night, and good luck to you with the mouse. Thank you very much, Tamak. Have a good night, man. Thank you for joining where you could. And rest well, my friend. Lore Bible would help. First line should be no female Space Marines. Yes, that would help immensely, and it would set it in stone. Like have those canonical rules be like, all right, so once this is written down, that's it. If we change it, we have to really explain ourselves. Like,
Also, extra rule: anyone who mentions it now must order several units of Sisters of Battle.
Yes. I 100% agree with that policy.
Because them are cool. Why would you want to water down the fun value of that army by adding something as stupid as
I don't
female
know.
space?
Like, that's the thing. That's why, like, if someone says they're a fan, but then they demand female Space Marines in light of that, I usually I write them off. Like, you're not an actual fan. Because you would rather bitch and moan and beg for something that goes against established lore and canon than do it in the name of diversity, in the name of representation for women, but then the actual factions that are already in there that already represent those groups that you're bitching and moaning to get representation for, not only do you neglect, but you completely disregard them in favor of having the poster boys get regendered. Like, in my opinion, that just tells me exactly what your reasons for demanding female Space Marines are, and it's not for inclusion, it's not for representation, it's not for any of that crap. You're doing it because you want to rip up the lore. You want to take control of something that you feel you have the right to control. It's all for the sake of it, really. Yeah.
You're too lazy and unskilled to make your own, so therefore you have to wear the skin suit of something that already exists.
Exactly. Like, it's just frustrating to me. That's why I hate that debate. It's like, really, we have
What they're trying to do with Lord of the Rings, but are failing horrendously at.
May they continue to do so.
So besides, that'd be more boring if it was female Space Marines. Like I find the Sisters of Battle,
It would
in
be,
my
because
opinion,
female Space Marines wouldn't be special at all. And plus, them being female serves no purpose. Like, Space Marines don't have sex. They don't do anything.
Yeah, I personally and of all the factions, Space Marines to me are some of the most sort of vanilla and boring.
They're supposed to be.
That's just-
They're supposed to be like the baseline, off of which you can then look at the other stuff.
Yeah, it's just where I just like the guard a lot more. 'Cause there's a lot of variety there.
Man, the Sister of Battle lore is really good. Yeah, and they should make more models. They should do more lore. They should really go ham. Like, if we got an entire edition where the poster boys were the Sisters of Battle, I would not complain. I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, do it.
I wouldn't either. Like I said, as soon as I find the models and the time to actually do it, I'm actually like I said, I'm planning to do a sort of Sisters of Battle, sort of a Ministorum kind of army with like a Maccabi and Janissaries and Sisters of Battle, because I think those two would just really go well together aesthetically.
I agree. I think this would look well. And again, like, these same groups that demand female Space Marines, you never hear them push for more Sisters of Battle lore. You never hear them push for female Sisters of Silence to get embellished to the point where they could be their own army, which I'm all for. While still having the ability to ally them in with the Custodes. Like, I think that'd be cool. You never hear them encourage or push for female Astra Militarum models, like
ones that don't look derpy as hell.
Yeah, like you don't hear that. It's always female Space Marines, female Space Marines, female Space Marines. Why? Representation. Okay, well, what about the existing representation? Well, that's when they lock up. That's when they lock up and they just walk away from the conversation.
It's about control. It's not about.
Yeah, it's not about what they say it's about. It's a total blatant lie, and it's annoying as fuck.
Because you're telling them no, and they're clearly a group of people who were never raised on the word no.
That's all I
So
heard
it's
as a
like
kid.
just based on like just principle. I think is there's not even any principle. It's not. That's the wrong word. It's just sheer contrarianism. I'm just being brats.
I don't know. I won't dwell on them. I can already have, but I
It's
won't
not
continue
to. Don't let them. Don't give them free rent in your head.
Yeah, they're just annoying. Let's see. I almost have all the red parts red.
What makes the red parts red? Blood.
True that. Let's see. I want more giant robots in my tower army. I thought that was already the tower army, was just nothing but that. Anyways.
Big wobbits.
Just rip off Mech Warrior and make it Tau. Hey, just grab a Gunpla and just like be like, alright, this is my next Tau model. Let's go, motherfucker. Said it was fine. Yeah, my authority will carry all the weight in the world, brother. I will say this. I've considered, like, you know, if I lived in Britain, like, vying for a job at GW and pushing for that kind of stuff. Let's see if I can make changes from the inside out. I think that's like what most... I would say that's like what most Warhammer fans have said or done at some point. Good night, y'all. Alright, have a good one, Shezo. Thank you for joining while you could, brother. Have a great night. Always good to have you, man. Yeah, like, I feel like every 40k / Warhammer Fantasy content creator has done, at least at some point, was like envision like, alright, like maybe if I like went to Britain, moved there, and then applied to a small position and worked my way up into the company, maybe I could get into a position where I could finally make some changes to make this shit better. I don't know, I think that's a common fantasy amongst most of us. Not even just content creators, but like all GW, all
40
fans.
people.
Yeah, all the major fans of the community.
Well, they were recently hiring somebody to be the main lead for the writing compartment of Warhammer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that I get hired for that.
Yeah, to be the creative lead. I'm like, damn.
I hope somebody good got that position.
Knowing the timeline we live in, I doubt it.
Unfortunately.
Tyranids.
Tyranids.
I saw a really cool concept called the Iron Hive, where it basically made cyborg Tyranids.
That's cool. And horrifying.
The proxies are really damn cool.
Oh, I bet. Alright, put the U on hold. Alright, so I already got one warrior done. I got 2 Hormagaunts done.
Hey, I have a question. What is these rumors that they're doing like a Horus Heresy 2.0 kind of stuff?
I don't know the details of the rumor. This is the first time hearing of it.
Yeah, because I heard about it in some other the Discords I've been watching, and some people have been saying about that stuff. I don't keep up with the lore anymore because a lot of the new lore is just a bunch of retcons and it's just inconsistent.
Welcome to 40k.
Yeah.
Retcons, inconsistency, that is synonymous with this hobby.
Yep. And what the worst part is, sacrifices to some of the best written characters in the series.
Oh yeah. Actually, I think I'll keep working on the big lead. Why not? Got all this base down there. Oh no, I missed a couple spots with the red. Of course I did. What the? Why is it pink? Hey Kiwi, how you doing, Booba? He does have 2 prong things around his chest, so you can call those boobas. Booba dooba.
For angry nipples.
completely different shade of red came out of that for some reason. Okay. So I gotta drop a different red. We'll have to play some Elden meme. Nice, nice.
The Tau. Have the Tau gotten anything new?
Huh?
Have the Tau gotten anything new? There's like with this new rendition of the Codex.
And if you talk about actually straight up new units as in updates or anything, no. There's stats or stuff and changes like that, there have been plenty.
Are they actually good in melee combat now?
No, I don't think so.
Well.
I think they made improvements to the point where they're not just completely outclassed, but good? No.
Yeah. The Tower is such a weird faction in the grand, if you put into context to how 40k is, and they really don't have anything to do with it. Like, every other faction has like a big goal that's related to one another, while the Tau are really not related to anyone.
It's related to everybody. They wanna unify everybody under one banner.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it. But like a clear goal, like for example, the Eldar, they're trying to save their species from the Chaos Gods, while the Emperor was trying to kill or destroy the warp. The Quarks are part of an ancient war because of the older ones that led to the creation to the warp itself between the Necrons. Then the Tyranids are just a hive mind that just eat anything in the universe. The Tau are like the most isolated between the reasons of like the reasons for existence.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the Tau to begin with, and most people have agreed upon that the main reason they were added to the hobby was to get Gundam fans to try out the game.
Yeah.
Which I kind of highly agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, they look cool. I like them. It's just that they're very... It's like, you can see every other race fit in this scenario. It's just the ones that look like they don't fit at all. Sometimes.
Taxes done this week. Should have the funds. Alright, cool. When you have the file, just send it my way. Hopefully that gives you a nice cushion so you don't have to worry about money for a bit. And hopefully. Today was kind of a bad news in terms of my financial situation. I got called by the hospital who, up my ass about what I owe them. And for what little they did for me, it kind of sucks that I owe them over $2,000, but oh well. It's how the cookie crumbles, I suppose. But I'm getting on a payment plan with them, so. Tax deductible? I don't think so. I mean, I owe them the money. It's a debt. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not good with taxes.
When I was doing my taxes, I saw at least something that was like an option for outstanding medical bills or medical expenses.
Yeah, I don't have health insurance right now because I'm still on probation at my work, so I won't have health insurance for a while. And even when I get it, I don't think my whatever insurance I get probably won't help me proactively with this debt, so on my own. Not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. Oh, man. Enough other things are deductible. And I hope so. That would be nice. How easy is it to overpaint something? It depends on what you mean by overpaint. Like, do you mean too much detail? Do you mean too many colors? Do you mean like there's many different ways to interpret too many or too much, or overpainting. Way too much details and colors. Okay. Yeah, it depends on who you talk to. You can, if it also depends on your preference. I mean, you're the one like painting and putting it together, so it's all based on your own tastes. If you're someone who is fine with just having one or two colors on the whole thing and calling it good, or hell, some people just straight up spray paint their minis like one color and walk away and don't care. Yeah, like if you're someone who's satisfied with that, then then anything past that would be too much, right? Like it's all based on tastes. But if you're someone like me who likes to take time and actually treats every mini as like an art project, you know, this isn't just something I'm throwing together for a game. This is, although I am throwing it together for a game, I do actually like to paint my models in good detail. I like to be patient with them. I like to give them their due time, make them as best as I can. So it's all about preference. I do think there's an objective point where you can argue that if you add too much more detail to something, it can make it look worse. But that's, again, like everyone's preferences and ideas and thoughts of what looks good or not is entirely different from others. So it's hard to really nail down if there is an objective too much detail kind of thing. I mean, yeah, like every model, it's different, right? Like for me, I get like part of the enjoyment of like the hobby of painting miniatures and painting stuff is going into doing minor details and doing those small touch-ups here and there and really bringing out the best elements of what I'm working on. For me, too much painting would be as if I just went too rogue on one particular model to the point where it's not cohesive with the rest of its unit or the rest of its army. But if we're talking just the art piece aspect, like, I don't know, I'd say too many colors. No, even then, like, I could think of a million and one reasons why you would add a bunch of different ones, add a bunch of different shades, kind of touch up one detail here, one detail there. Like, there's plenty of reason to do all that stuff, so. It's really hard for me to say, like, definitively, like, yeah, this is too much or this is too little or anything like that. But yeah, it really just comes down to personal preference. Like, what do you as an individual consider too much? That is your too much. Yo, my canvas look bad. I mean, yeah. Well, the only exception to that rule would probably be like, you know, like a hero unit, like a Hive Tyrant, right? Like, this unit is already designed to stand out compared to these two, right? Like, it's meant to be the big hoss, the big badass. So yeah, if you do put a bunch of extra detail into this one and add some extra colors to this one that highlights it more amongst the army while still having similar enough core scheme, it still works. But, you know, like this, again, there's like nuance to it, so it's hard to say if there is, for me, like a too much or overpainted point with my minis. Most likely easier to paint and put more detail on the bigger figures. It's not as simple as that, unfortunately. Like, with bigger figures, right? With bigger figures, unfortunately, with the actual design of the model, there's more details on it. For example, if I take this Tyranid warrior, and then, just for the smallest scale, I take this Tyranid Hormagaunt, right? The Hormagaunt doesn't have a lot of detail in terms of the model. Just take away the paint. The model only really has, in terms of unique features, it's got the carapace, the exoskeleton. It's got the blades up front. And then it's got like that underbelly, undershell that's not part of the carapace. Other than that, it's pretty clear cut what you can do. There's very little physical features on this to really address, change up, switch around, or screw around with. You go one size up, though, this is bigger, so, and by your metric, it'd be easier to paint, right? But wait, it has more details that come with it, though. So yes, it's bigger, but there's still more details, and if anything, those details are smaller than the core details on this mini. Because now that you got a bigger model, you got more. Yes, you as a painter have more space to work with to paint, but so does the designer. So does the person who sculpts the mini. So they add more details to it. Like, for example, this is like bone-like connection between the upper tricep of its lower right arm that leads to its wrist, which then bleeds into the biogun. And then you got the tubes of the biogun. Then you got this little standout gem spot on the biogun. And it's got the biogun itself has this lower sharp point. It's got a barrel hole. It's got a carapace. All of the details on this gun equal the amount of details pretty much on this Hormagaunt. So, yes, it being bigger does often make it easier to paint. However, it being bigger also comes with more minute, smaller details. So that miniature painting aspect is still held true, because those tiny, minute details are still there. And if anything, it's harder to paint a highly detailed model like a Hive Tyrant than it is ever to paint a Hormigaunt. Because this Hormigaunt, in terms of detail, this entire mini has as much detail as this guy's face. So his face has as much minute details and minute changes as this guy's entire body. So I would say it comes down to, again, it depends. If the bigger model has more minute details, I'd say it's harder, if anything, to paint. If the bigger model has as many figures and details and structures as a smaller variant, then yeah, it's definitely infinitely easier because it's just that same thing but bigger. Same amount of details, just sized up so they're easier to get around. So, like with most things, it depends, you know?
Context.
Hello.
Hey, Ludus. How you doing, man? Good morning.
Today and yesterday I was supposed to have off. Yesterday I worked for 1 hour. Today
Damn.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Sunday I worked.
Well, when you're supposed to only work an hour, that is bad.
Oh no, it wasn't. I was supposed to. I got called in to help with inventory.
Oh.
And I just essentially got like 10% of inventory. I was told to do that, just get that part done that I could, and then me and the general manager will finish it today. No, Sunday was worse. Sunday I worked 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. straight. Those playing at home, that's 15 hours. Can kill me.
I wouldn't do it, personally. It's like, yeah, you can work me 8, maybe 9 hours, but I'm not sticking around for that long. I'm not doing a straight 15-hour shift. Fuck that.
I am the T-34 Russian tank. I will never break down, but the crew inside's a little fucked up.
They're holding it together with some shoestring. Don't worry.
Pretty much shoestring, duct tape, and spit.
Not to mention prayers and whatever else you can throw in.
You know, you said that and I didn't notice this, but there's some masking tape on your table. And when he said prayers, it looked like
Prayers, spit, duct tape, you know, the usual things.
Well, it is an X.
Oh no, it's just the way my head was tilted at the time. He said prayers. I was like,
God? He's sending me subliminal messages.
well, same God,
That's the
different
aliens.
religion, but yes. I was like,
That
wait
or
a
the
minute.
aliens, or whoever's running the simulation.
Asmogan's running the simulation because it's his brain.
Does a stream count technically as a simulation?
You could argue yes and no. I would say the stream would count more of a simulation if you were running like a D&D or 40k tabletop game.
Yeah, but then the game would be the simulation and the stream would simply be showcasing it.
Kiwi War said more like stimulation.
Huh. Giggity.
Giggity.
And I've actually been able I've actually been able to upload on a semi-regular basis somehow. Where do I find these hours in the day?
I don't know. Where do you? Because I can barely keep up.
I was so the general manager was actually the one who closed Sunday night. He was there for the end of my 15-hour shift. He's like, "Come on, I just need you to push through a little bit longer. You're one of the you're one of the only people I can count on." I know. So we get through it. He's like, "All right, you can go home." But I got a question. He's like, "How the hell did you make it through all that?" I looked at him jokingly. I was like, "Crack is a hell of a drug."
Yeah, it's when they respond with, "Yeah, I know."
Oh no. He actually had one better than that. Like, I know that's a lie. You didn't have time to do crack while you were here. Like, it's kind of fucked up that you say it that way.
Ludus, do you have a channel?
Yes.
Dude,
Okay,
you're
just to
asking
make sure.
if I have a channel?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Sorry, I just got really confused for something. The editor. Damn it.
Confuzzled, confuzzled,
Well,
confounded.
no, so earlier this month, there was an issue and he didn't really reach out and let me know. But when I just clicked on it again, he had gotten it fixed. So I took him off the list on his list, which isn't that hard. It's just something that waking up at 11:15 at night after sleeping for about 3.5 hours, you know, kind of like, oh, good, one more thing to do.
I get you. Oh, did you have an opportunity to check out the open mic thing?
I have not. I'm so sorry.
Nah, that's fine. I didn't actually expect to watch the whole thing. I was just wondering if you had taken a chance to look at it.
No, I'm absolutely. I feel like shit. Like I actually feel bad because I wasn't able to be a part of it, and I feel bad because I didn't even double check it. Again, these past 3 days, like that was on Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on my 15-hour shift. That was when I was like, if I get a break, I might jump. I didn't get a break.
Nah, they worked you as a wage slave all day.
Oh no! You want to hear what the beautiful part about it was? To essentially, all except for 1 hour today, I was the highest paid employee in the building.
Yeah, because of the sheer number of hours, or did they actually increase your pay for the hours you're working?
Overtime.
Yay!
I was making almost $20 an hour.
Would this be a bad time to mention that my standard pay when I worked for the Navy was $22 an hour?
Yeah. I think I've told you how much I make before.
Your current wage? No.
13. But I'm also, I think Virginia, well, at least rural Virginia, has lower standard of living prices. Well, not any fucking more with gas.
Your gas is
Right.
shot up across the country.
Oh yeah, like in the past 2 years, $2.
Mine with McDonald's is $17 an hour. Hey, Kiwi, we're paid the same.
Kiwi, out of California. Yeah.
Never mind, I'm paid more than you. When you factor that, I'm paid more than you.
Yeah. So actually, no. You want to hear something kind of fucked up?
Which kind of fucked up?
Thank you, Kiwi, for actually mentioning McDonald's. So where I work at casual dining, and I try as much not to say where I work, 'cause they don't know. But I work in a casual dining restaurant, kind of like an Olive Garden, but not an Olive Garden. So our base wage for cook is $11 an hour. Starting off at a fast food restaurant, with the exception of McDonald's, in our area is $13 an hour, which is what I currently make, or I think a couple cases $13.50. The gas station we have in town, which happens to be a sheep, is also $13.50 starting out for entry level. For a supervisor, which would actually be a hell of a lot closer to what I am, I could be making $16.50, $17.50. So that'd be like $3 or $4 raise. McDonald's, however, in our area, the starting rate is like $15.50, I think. I'm like, I hate all of you.
It's a sad day when McDonald's is offering more money at a fast food joint than a casual dining affair, because you actually have waiters and more higher standards. Well, theoretically.
Let's say theoretically.
Well, it could be worse. You could be working a job where you have to deal with fucking insulation and you get paid like $10 an hour.
I have to do with installations. Not like as a sole job. I'm work stock, but we have a massive amount of insulation out back in the stock room. Not that we're stocking with, but it's like just hanging there.
I mean, I definitely working at Home Depot, but that's when I had to pull deliveries from that part of the.
I suspect that that some of the people I work with have inhaled a little bit too much insulation.
Gas is $6 a gallon there. Jesus. Yeah, we're on our way to $6 a gallon.
We're sitting around $4.30.
Yeah, we're at
Over here, it's like $4.20.
we're at around $4.45 in my area right now.
Yay! I'm actually the least right now at $4.19.
Good for you.
Actually, it went down a cent today, so there's that.
Oh no, ours actually went down a lot because not a couple, like last week it was like fucking $4.35, and it dropped right back down to $4.19 and $4.15 in a couple of places. They're like, oh, people don't like this. Like, no, people don't like this.
I wonder why.
People who use the gasoline to set shit on fire, namely the places where they get the gasoline, because some people don't.
Some?
Again, I work with people who I suspect eat insulation on a day-to-day.
Well, it does look like cotton candy. And if you're truly desperate, and if you use your imagination.
Oh fuck no! I have inhaled that shit. Nah, that's just you're just gonna die. That's not fun.
Yeah,
that's not fun.
just
not bleed.
That's just a bad day.
Yeah, and then also that's just normal insulation. Then there's just also asbestos.
Asbestos?
Yeah, that's
You're not legally supposed to use that anymore.
Because I used to be a cable technician. My job is to route cable from server rooms to whatever room it is in any building, and I had to work at old buildings. And there's a lot of old buildings at my area where I live, here in El Paso, and we work mostly in schools, and a lot of them are just old schools. So it just was a pain. My arms were itchy, everything on my body was itchy, and I couldn't breathe.
I was about to ask what state you were in, because we actually need someone like that right now.
I am in Texas.
Yeah, they keep asking me to.
He's in the good state. Or better state.
A not blue state.
It's actually it's more purple, to be honest, because it throughout its history has jumped between red and blue a lot. Contrary to popular belief, it's never been like a full red state, 100%. It jumps a lot.
Austin and Dallas are very, very blue.
It's the same way with Virginia. I mean, like, we just turned back red, but the thing with Virginia is a lot of the
suburbs of DC.
Well, no, it's not the you got suburbs of DC, Richmond, and the beach area, mostly stay blue. And then you have the entirety of rural Virginia, like 90% of rural Virginia goes red almost every time. And that shows you the population disparity in Virginia.
Usually how it goes.
Yeah, even here are I'm in Utah, and even here our blue areas are pretty milk toast. We're very solidly red.
Oh man, it was kind of funny because My dad was in the military for 22 years, and when they were talking about making DC its own state, he's like, "Yeah, tell the son of bitches to take Northern Virginia with it, so we don't have to worry about staying fucking blue all the time." I was like, "Okay." He worked up in Northern Virginia for like 3 years. He hated it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I actually want to ask something moderately on topic. That is a Broodlord, yes?
No, this is a Hive Tyrant.
Hive Tyrant. Damn it. I knew it was one of the two, but I didn't know. So I was like, I have a 50-50 shot. Nope, I'm a dumbass. Although, my favorite Tyranid unit will now and for always be the Lictor.
Tentacle face?
No.
Pretty sure that's what the Lictor is.
Oh no, they're the sneaky bitches. They do have the tentacle faces. I thought you were asking if that's why. No. But yes, they are the tentacle face like sneaky sons. I have no clue how the fuck they're sneaky.
Yes, because I can only imagine them like making a sound.
But the reason I love the Lictors actually has to do with both Arch and Kibbs. Where Arch did the special Lictor video, there's a piece of artwork that Kibbs actually did of a Lictor in anime form.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Sounds so cursed.
With like the ooh eyes and everything. Oh, I love, like, that actually made the Lictors my favorite Tyranid unit. That,
Just for
because
the
that
walls.
was actually hilarious, and the story behind the Lictor, like killing all the what was it, cardinals,
It ate the
bodyguards, and leaving them in his bedroom and just sitting at the end of the bed and just like growling at him and then fucking off. Like, oh, so Lictors are assholes. Oh, I like this.
I expect nothing less from a Lictor.
No Lictor. I remember seeing a Lictor. What? That reminds me of the TTS episode. Wait, no, it was was it TTS or was it one of the other YouTubers where they did a fucking the Tyranid, the first Tyranid contact, and they had a drawing of fucking Lictor with tits.
I don't know if that was TTS.
It was something.
Yeah,
It's one of.
I mean,
It
that
had
would
the-
surprise me that TTS would do something like that, but
It had Theodore the Theodore Kosmagov.
I got a blank on that one.
He's an Inquisitor. He's one of the famous Inquisitors in the first Tyranid Hive War when they first met when they first discovered them.
Tyrannic War.
oh, before I forget, thank God, Taylor just reminded me. You know I won't be able to do GT on time tomorrow, correct?
I figured we weren't doing it tomorrow.
Okay, I didn't know if it was that we would cancel it completely or if we were just postponing it to like the evening.
No, I just figured you were super busy.
No, Taylor's just got a doctor's appointment right at 2 o'clock. It's about 45 minutes to an hour.
Prioritize that, man.
No, I hate it that my schedule. Oh, these last two.
It's okay. You can always balance it out, data.
I've been playing Monster Hunter
Monster Hunter?
World. I've been playing Monster Hunter World. I don't have Iceborne and I don't have
I have World. On which platform? PC or?
Of course PC. Like, not to sound like that dick, but of course PC. There's actually only one game that I have that I prefer on the Xbox to the PC.
Oh, you're an Xbox.
Hey, Lightning Lunatic, what's up, man?
And that game is State of Decay, only because the controls are easier. But even still, I can play it on PC with the controller and get the same results and better graphics. So, no, it's
Which
just more I
monster
prefer.
do
Huh?
Which monster do you like to fight the most in Monster Hunter?
For the challenge or for the satisfaction?
Both. Could be both.
Okay, so I'm still on the I'm still mostly in the ancient forest.
Okay.
So for the challenge, I love the T-Rex, the fire-breathing T-Rex from Hell. Asperoth, I believe.
No, it's not that. I forgot what his name is. I
But,
know it's the one. It has the fucking big ass nose and it has the back fins. Like when it gets angry.
Yeah, and it likes to breathe fire.
Have you? Oh, that means you haven't fought Devil Joe yet.
Nah.
Devil Joe is the closest thing I would describe to a fucking orc as a monster in that universe.
And then the ones I like fighting just for the sheer satisfaction of killing shit are the giant jagresses. They're so easy to kill. Like,
Yeah, because
kind of a joke.
Yeah, that's the point though. That's their thing. That's the kind of they're called I forget what they're called. They're the pack monsters. There's a lot of them in the old series.
Lightning Lunatic said not much, just logged out of Final Fantasy 14 after some light tombstone farming and a couple of...
Oh, Anjanath. That's his name. That's the one you're talking about. Anjanath.
Nice, man.
Yeah, Anjanath.
Hope you enjoyed the grind.
So you have not yet, have you met fought an Elder Dragon yet?
Mm-mm.
They're really cool. The worst one you're gonna hate the most is
Diablos
metal
was
dragon.
a bitch when I killed him.
no, Black Diablos. Black Diablos is a pain in the ass. Normal Diablos is fine.
Diablos was a bitch.
I went up against Diablo because...
I stand by that. I stand by that statement strongly.
On my parallel playthrough, I just got into the little desert area, and yeah, I found a Diablos. I was like, I remember fighting these a while back. Oh no, he kicked my ass. It's like, oh, this is prison. You're my bitch. Like, oh, I didn't realize that's how this worked. Okay, then I will bend right over her.
You have not experienced the deviant of a Diablos, blood raging Diablos. There's a Diablos that survived as a baby getting hunted, and now it's just pissed off and it's just covered full of blood of any animal it fucking killed, and has mutated horns.
Sounds like a very angry boy.
It's basically a Diablos became a corn berserker.
Actually sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Lightning Lunatic says, on that note, summons Ifrit to blast the like button with Inferno, which also raises a question I'm going to have about Final Fantasy 14 in a second. Tomahawk XXX. Well, I'm back, my friend. Sleep is an elusive thing today, so I thought I'd pop back on the stream. How goes the painting?
It goes pretty good so far. Don't know if I have enough of this orange to get all the webbing on the wings, but I'm trying.
Lightning Lunatic again was enjoyable. SMN is solid fun. Also, I recognize that pick in the upper left.
I would hope so.
My question, kind of both to Asmogan and Lightning Lunatic, because this is the class that I've been wanting to do in Final Fantasy 14 when I finally fucking find the time to play it again. How is Summoner?
You do realize you could play all the classes on one character, right?
You do realize that I played it for a grand total of like 3 hours, right? You just heard me say that I just finished up a 47-hour work.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you want to start with that one, you can.
Oh, I didn't know you could start with. I thought you because you need. I looked it up. You need to like unlock it with one of the casters or something stupid shit.
Oh yeah. A lot of the starting classes have like a second evolution to them, but you can play all of them on one character.
No. I know that. I remember that. Hello, Ludus. How are you? I am very tired. I just woke up like 45 minutes ago after like a 3-hour nap, because I am a massive workaholic, and they know this.
And he'll bitch about it the entire time.
I will. Well, it's at least I admit it's self.
Okay.
My wife just said it's because I'm retarded, and yes, that's true. It's because I cannot say no.
I say no to my bosses all the time.
Oh, no. She says because I'm a turd. She did not say it was because I'm retarded, but I like my version better. It is because I'm retarded.
What's the difference?
Oh, and Lightning Lunatic did clarify SMN means summon. Summoner seems like it would be solid fun. It makes me think of like Final Fantasy Tactics era Summoner. It's very fun. The rotation is pretty variable. You basically use one of your spells. Ether charge, so you get these gems that let you bring you charge. Oh, okay. Hey, Mark, I feel you, brother. Hope you feel better. Thank you.
So Ludus, the Elder Dragon you're gonna have, I think, the most problem with is Kushala Daora. It's a metal Elder Dragon that uses wind.
I think the Elder Dragon that I'm gonna have the most problems with is
Basil Geese?
No, just any of them.
No, all of them are frankly not that hard. You just need to learn the moveset. It's just the one that's just annoying to fight the most is Kushala, because it literally makes a tornado and uses wind.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to hit. You just get pushed back every time. Took me the entire the entire 50 minutes of the entire match to kill him. I just got lucky with the last hit.
And I'm also trying to figure out which weapon I want to go with. I'm between 3 weapons that
I just became confident in one instantly. I became confident in the switch axe.
Gun lance all the way.
Then summons will do 1 big attack and then go away, so your other spells gain elements. Ooh, that actually sounds lovely. The 3 weapons that I love are the and I don't think this is going to surprise Asmogan at all, because this is going to be like 2 of them are my personality in a nutshell. 1 might surprise. The great sword, actually no, 4 weapons: the great sword, the hammer, the heavy bow gun, and the bow.
Okay.
The bow surprises me.
That's the one I knew that would surprise you. I knew that one would surprise you. It's like, one of these things does not belong with the others.
Definitely not the bow.
I love the switch axe because when you turn it into as a sword, you can charge up the energy and just do a big blast.
I like the great sword, and I'm kind of actually starting to lean away from the hammer more towards the great sword as far as melee. but I love the heavy bow gun. It is a portable fucking minigun, and I love it.
It's just the oddity. All like 90% of the weapons are all melee. Then you just have a fucking machine gun.
No. A minigun. It switches from an artillery piece to a minigun.
It's like we skipped a gap here between the technology advancement for weaponry somewhere.
But I'm starting to see where
ABC.
I'm at. ABC. I'm also starting to see kind of like I get hit a hell of a lot less with the bows than I do with the.
Yeah, it's because you're not that close in combat to them. You're just a very ranged target.
Oh no, it means I can roll around a little bit more. You can't roll around with a heavy fucking with a heavy bow gun. No. The elemental damage means nothing as elemental resistances and weaknesses are not a thing. It affects how your spells act, like for example.
I still need to fight Vitalis.
Oh,
Damn.
okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, in FF, elemental stuff is really not much of a thing.
Vitalis.
Bad.
What
I
are
don't
you-
mean like sad as in pathetic. I mean sad as in depressing. Because I remember in like a lot of the earlier Final Fantasy games when elemental shit meant something. Like you gotta know the counters.
Yeah, there's still a lot of heavy mechanic stuff. It's not elemental based.
Oh, he meant by redo the healer. That's what he meant by. No.
Taylor's complaining because they're doing to Pokemon now what they've done to games for decades and dumbing the shit down to ludicrous levels. Because now, back in the day, you had to kind of guess the counter to certain Pokemon, but now they just show you on your move list like this one will be super effective. And she's complaining because it makes it too easy. Taylor, they've been dumbing shit down in video. Like, no, for decades. They've been dumbing shit down in video games for decades.
Because
It
they
is
want to appeal to the layman. They want to appeal everything to the casual.
To the normie that barely spends that much shit on or attention to this kind of stuff.
Yep. Because though they individually don't spend as much, there's more of them.
Yeah. But then you have the people like us that are, well, now to be fair, I'm kind of like half casual, half hardcore gamer. I will play games and like give a shit about them, unlike casuals. But I will not play games like Dark Souls. I will not play games.
Oh, by the way, you should play Elden Ring because I think you'll like that if you don't like this standard Dark Souls stuff because of the open world aspect. You can just grind levels until you are to the point where you can almost one-shot a boss. Because it's open world, you can just go around wherever you want, and a lot of the open world bosses are pretty weak. Like, I'm a terrible Souls player, and I've killed a lot of bosses first attempt.
Now, just to be kind of the smartass that I normally am, and never to miss a good opportunity. Would you like me to give you 60 reasons why I'm not going to?
You have 60?
Ooh.
I have
Damn, I'm
60 re-
Dollars.
I'm a tester. Go that far.
In order to customize, you can fully combine the weapons, armor, and magic that you can put and develop your character according to your playstyle.
I'm just waiting for From Software to finally release the new Armored Core game.
And it is still from Software, yeah.
Yeah, no. And they right now it's most likely being written by the writer of the Expanse because they got him for. That's another writer that they got for that From Software hired for the moment.
You know who I think would do a good From Software, like, game world? R.A. Soft. Judging by the silence, that means no one agrees with me or no one knows who the fuck I'm talking about.
Can you give me an example of his work?
He did the world building for Kingdoms of Amalur.
196 hours in Elden Ring? I barely have 70. Actually, I think I don't even have 40 yet.
Have you ever played Kingdoms of Amalur?
I have not, unfortunately.
Damn it. Okay. He's also an author. He did the Dark Elf book series. Elden Ring is a game that encourages you to take your time and have fun. You don't have to take every boss head on. You can cheese it, do it.
It's the spirit of it is very different from the standard Souls game. It's very different. Which the thing is, in every way, that's fiscal or epidermal. Like the surface level stuff is all identical to Dark Souls. The flasks, the souls, and losing them when you die, and make sure you don't die a second time or they're permanently gone. A lot of those mechanics are the exact same as they've always been. But just like with Bloodborne, it has one or two new things that drastically change how it's approached. Like Bloodborne, it was trick weapons and the aggression mechanic, where if you took some damage, you could, if you attacked immediately after losing that damage, you could get some of that health back. So that completely changed changed how you approached stuff in Bloodborne. And so, whereas in Dark Souls there was a parrying mechanic, people took advantage of defense, dodging. It was mostly about avoiding until you saw an opening. Whereas in Bloodborne, it was you get hit hard, you have to hit not only harder but faster and still be mobile enough to keep up that dodging part of the gameplay, while also having a gun. And with Elden Ring, where it changes things up, is in the open world aspect and leveling. Because in a traditional Dark Souls game, right, like the leveling is capped at a certain point. There's only so much grinding you can do before you have to take on a boss to progress to the next area, or you're just not going to make any kind of meaningful upgrades.
Right.
Whereas in Elden Ring... Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying in Elden Ring that's how it works.
No, and in Elden Ring, it's not how it works. Elden Ring, you can not face off against the first, like, major boss for easily over 100 hours in the game if you don't feel like it. Like, I took on... Kane dude. What's his name again?
There's so many bosses, mini bosses, I don't remember any of them.
He's the first major boss.
Is he guy with the big stick, the fucking stick that you fight in this little corridor area that's open?
Yes. You fight him right against two ledges.
Yeah.
He's the major boss before Godric. Margit, thank you. Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, Margit. Margit, I took him on at like the 20-hour mark with my samurai. And it took me 13?
Goddamn weeb.
13, 14. So I think somewhere in there. 13 or 14 attempts to take him down. Now, if I had grinded in the open world and done side activities, looked around, gotten better flasks and stuff like that, and upgraded my stuff, I probably could have defeated him first go if I had taken my time. So the difficulty curve in Elden Ring is drastically different from every other Souls game before now. Like the way you approach the game is completely revitalized from the ground up. As I took on Godric kind of super gimped. And yeah, Godric killed me easily 33, 34 times, give or take. 7+ weapon? No, I have a 7+ weapon now, but The weapon I was using was an Uchigatana, and the Uchigatana was only +4. Oh, BC makes a good point. Yeah, though do magic builds at your own risk. You will get through the game easy, but everyone will mock you for it. It's like playing Ultramarines. Yeah, it's kind of true. But that's traditional in Dark Souls games, right? Because that's always been the easy mode in any of the games, is playing the Sorcerer or playing the Magic classes. Because they're just...
Yeah, I wouldn't come.
What?
Nah. I saw a fucking video of a guy who shot a fucking laser beam out of one of the bosses, and it was one of like the major the biggest boss in the fucking game, and he fucking finished the fucking boss in 1 minute, just with that fucking laser beam.
Nuke.
Yeah, I'll probably play, but I ain't touching the great swords. The animations make me want to vomit.
Yeah, I just started
They
a
have
second
to-
character just to try out a two-handed kind of playstyle. I like it. It's kind of cathartic to... Because I have, like... On my current guy, I got a Zweihander, and I got... I leveled up his strength to, like, 30. And when I'm on horseback and I ride up and I hit one of the knight dudes with, like, a heavy attack, he goes flying upwards. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I see somebody picking up an actual Zweihander, like one that I know how much it weighs, and they're acting like it weighs a shit ton. They don't, not nearly as much. They're actually very nimble weapons, and it just makes me vomit when I watch that. They're slamming it into the ground. I'm like, why? Why?
This is what happens when you're a HEMA nerd.
Yes,
You
it
can't
ruins things.
You can't enjoy the sword play.
I enjoy actually a lot of the other animations. Are actually like the ones for the katana are pretty good. The smaller ones, so like the smaller long swords and the other European swords are pretty good. There's a bit of overswinging with the European style ones, but that's just I think just a trope. But spear is pretty good, and the thrusting weapons are pretty good. So if I play, I'll probably go spear shield and just like go full hoplite kind of style fighting.
I know PewDiePie's playing through it in a spear kind of build, or at least the footage of it I saw.
Yeah, I just like it because it actually includes like when you have like thrusty weapons with a shield, you can actually keep your shield up. In the animations, it's up in front of you and you're thrusting from behind it, which I appreciate. It's just when you're doing like swinging attacks, it's that trope you always get in video games where when you swing, they swing the shield way behind them. So it's just like, why do you even have a shield if you're doing that? It bugs me a lot.
Kiwi says it's for game balance, not realism.
That's you can balance. It's not even the balance. It's literally just the animations. It's just aesthetic.
No, he's talking about like
care.
he's talking about mechanically.
As in like why you fling your shield behind you like an idiot.
Yeah.
Like what's the benefit of having a shield then at that point?
It's not a benefit to you. It's to add difficulty.
There are other ways to balance it. Like if you have a shield up there, it's like it reduces your like it's the weight you have to carry. It reduces the amount of like how fast you can move. There's other ways other than I'm going to flail like a moron.
It does affect that too. Yes.
I still hate it with a burning passion. I wish it would change.
They could just design it to make great swords double-handed instead.
Well, you can double-hand it. Most people play Souls games for PvP.
No, isn't it more just PvP just to troll the shit out of each other?
Well, I'm thinking, because a part of me, my initial response to that is no. I think most people play for the PvE experience and then they leave. But it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about the whole of people who buy the game, I stand by my perspective. I think most people buy it to play through it, to like play through a Souls game and have that achievement of beating a Souls game. If you're talking about the community that stays with the game, yes, you're absolutely right. The community that buys the game and continues to play the game and continually comes back for it, absolutely, for PvP. But everyone who buys the game, no. No, I don't agree. I think, like, I don't play for PvP whatsoever. I hate PvP for the most part. In a Souls game. I play it just for the single player playthrough experience. And
I've just been enjoying all the journalists that have been getting angry that saying it's too hard.
Huh?
All the journalists have been complaining that it needs an easy mode.
They do that every time, though. The journalists never take what a journalist says seriously. They're full of shit.
Yeah, no, but it's still funny just to hear them complain, and shows off what kind of people they truly are.
Yeah, like, game journalists haven't been actual gamers in decades. I bet you if I walked into Kotaku's like journalist office, and I challenged any of them to even the most basic of fucking video games like Street Fighter 4 or some shit, half of them would take a minute to figure out the controls.
Yeah, it is true.
It's like, really? This is a conundrum for you.
This is the tutorial.
But I will never, for me, like, the best personification ever of game journos and, like, their complete and utter lack of giving a shit about modern video games, and actually in video games in general, and that showcases that they're not gamers, is that I can't remember if it was Kotaku or another publication, but there was this game journalist who put up footage of him trying to play Cuphead.
Oh,
And he
yes,
couldn't get past the fucking tutorial. He couldn't get his head around, jump off this platform. I was just, oh my fucking god. These are supposed to be the educated voices. These are supposed to be the people who are in the know of our community. And he can't get past the tutorial of Cuphead.
And the ones that also led to the dictate to the stupid decisions in fucking gaming.
Hmm?
I'm having issues.
What are your issues?
I'm trying.
Well, Kiwi, isn't that true for all video games? Pretty much every video game on the planet? It's not hard once you learn how to cheese it. I mean, like, that's every video game. Ever.
Yeah, it's just memory. That's all it is. Knowing what's the moveset and everything, just remembering how to do it.
I mean, Kiwi, unironically, I think you just perfectly summarized gaming. It's like, yeah, it's not hard once you memorize, not even memorize, like, once you know the cheeses. So yeah, that's all gaming. That's not even just video games, too. That's, like, all games. That's what a meta is, right? Like, in 40K, right? There's the meta armies in a given expansion, right? The armies that are just better in stats or at that given time just have the better stuff, right? That's a form of cheese. Granted, in a tabletop game, the cheese changes, especially 40K, for whatever's not selling well. But regardless.
Oh, for whatever Games Workshop wants to push forward at the time.
Mm-hmm.
For me, meta is just when I play World of Tanks or War Thunder. Fucking light tanks.
I feel stupid.
Why do you feel stupid, Lotus?
I'm trying.
What did you do?
I'm trying to play Final Fantasy 14, so I just created a new account because I can't fucking remember what my old ID was. Not being helpful. So so I created a new one. It's registered, but it's not saying it's registered. It's saying it's registered on the website, not on the launcher.
Is the launcher via Steam or is it via?
No, it's via its own launcher.
And you. How long ago did you register?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Did you get an email confirmation?
Yes.
I think it should be letting you in then.
It's saying security token not registered. What the fuck? I just registered.
Oof.
Oh. Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, that's why. Oh. It's not me. It's actually well no, I mean it is me. It's actually that I'm dumb. I didn't register for Final Fantasy 14. No. The email they sent me was not for Final Fantasy 14, even though it was through the fucking launcher.
Okay.
The email they sent me for the Square Enix account was not for Final Fantasy. It's for a Square Enix account, but it wasn't 14. It was for Final Fantasy 11.
Oh yeah, they still run that.
Like, is it the same?
No, they're different accounts. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for one to transfer to the other.
Sad noises.
This one wing is taking so fucking long. Oops. Bump the camera.
Okay, so I have account basic service, so that should work.
Welcome, you hive tyrant.
I just want to play the damn game.
Yeah, you're currently experiencing the hardest boss in all of FF14, the launcher. Well, more aptly, the entire experience of actually playing the fucking game. Yeah, Square Enix really needs to streamline that process. It's had like when I first signed up for it, like most people's issue is they try and do it through Steam and they have to link accounts and they got all this other crap. And then if you don't do it through Steam and do it through their services, it's a lot simpler, but there's still some weirdness to it. So.
Free trial account created. Hey, oh, bitch! If it was really that easy, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be sick. You will hear potential smashing of things.
I take it that did not work.
No, that worked.
Oh, it did. Good.
That you've heard of face palm before?
Yes.
That was face desk.
Man, don't damage yourself.
That was face desk and like the center of my skull hit an audio wire.
Yeah,
That
by the way,
hurt
not to
That
be
hurt a hell of a lot more than I intended for it to do.
not to be that guy in the community, but keep in mind, A Realm Reborn's story is the weakest story in the game. I still thought it was good. I still enjoyed it, but keep in mind if you're playing through it and you get to these points where you're like, ugh, this is so cookie cutter, or this is so generic fantasy, just keep in mind it's basically one giant tutorial. It's like world building at best.
I think all I need at this point is a giant fucking tutorial. Like I said, I just slammed my head, the center of my skull, onto an audio jack.
Yeah, but A Realm Reborn is basically a 100-hour, 80 to 100-hour prologue.
I only have the basic version.
Yeah, the free version should let you play all the way up to Heaven's Ward, which is it should let you play to the end of the first expansion.
And is A Realm Reborn a part of that?
A Realm Reborn is before that.
I don't know shit about this game.
Okay, the base game is A Realm Reborn.
Oh.
Like, let me put it to you like this. You know what? You know how vanilla WoW was base WoW? A Realm Reborn is base Final Fantasy.
Is vanilla Final Fantasy?
You'll know when you enter, because the thing is, this game is very narrative focused. So
I'm not that.
It'll
bright
literally, like at the beginning of the Heavensward expansion, you'll know because it's done by chapters and stuff like that. And when it literally your screen will do this nice cinematic. You will walk up to the gates. Well, no, I don't want to spoil that for you. Point is, there will be a moment where literally the title will pop up on the screen and say Heavensward. So it'll tell you. Trust me, you will not be confused if you pay even a modicum of attention.
Okay, here I'll explain it this way. I'm this kind of WoW player. There are quests that when I was younger, it's like, yes, we need these pigs to feed our people so we can create a big army. Okay? As I got older, kill the pigs. That's all we need.
This game is gonna, in my opinion, side quests treat like that, fine. But main story quests, pay attention, because again, there's character development, there's story, there's gonna be cinematics that if you didn't pay attention, you're not gonna understand. Like, this game is not an MMO in the same way where we were used to in WoW. WoW set a bad precedent. FF14 has set a better one. Its narrative is god tier. You just need to pay attention and let it breathe. Honestly, I would say it's probably in my top 2 video game stories I've ever experienced. Legacy of Kain. I will allow that blasphemy to lie.
Final Fantasy 14 story is front and center, and your avatar is the main character. That sounds like a video. Everybody is the lawyer of that. You know, actually, that's something I love and hate about MMOs. You are the hero of the Wrathgate. You are the hero of the Wrathgate. You are the hero of the Wrathgate. It's like a bad taping of Oprah. Everyone gets a hero of Wrathgate.
If everybody's special, then nobody is.
Yeah. I wonder if there's been a parody of Everything is Awesome called Everyone is Special.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I don't need to look that up because I found some really, really, really wrong shit at work that I probably should not have found. And I have a horrible. I found out that I am actually a bad person.
Well, yeah, life is like a box of chocolates. You know, you don't know what you're gonna get.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna trigger Asmogan. What Zerg is that?
About to trigger me. You're right.
I mean,
No,
yeah.
that triggered me more because I hate StarCraft.
You hate StarCraft?
Yes.
I don't agree with that.
This intrigues me.
It more
Why do
falls
you-
down to my hatred for Blizzard in general.
Okay, so this is something that me and Asmogan actually it's one of kind of the few things we agree on. Hate Blizzard, but if you enjoy the game, you enjoy the game. A lot of people hate Bethesda, Fallout.
I do. Well, correction. I love Fallout when it was good. I hate where it is now.
That would be Black Ops Studios. And please,
Okay.
for the love of God, no one feed me the bullshit that Black Ops Studios had at me.
Just so everyone knows, Ludus's least favorite Fallout game
Fallout.
is New Vegas.
What?
Yeah, you heard that
Yeah.
right. Enjoy. I've had this debate many times. You have no. You're new to
unironically.
You're new to the Asmogan Ludus lore, okay? In
Unironically, my
our
least
over
favorite-
2 years of friendship, if there is one conversation that is never going to stop being brought up, if there is one debate that we will never give ground on, either way.
Oh no, there's not just one. This just happens to be the main one.
Still counts.
I'm probably the loudest, I assume.
No, not really. We eventually got. It was at one point, but we eventually just got to the point where it's like, okay, we
Loud,
just
no.
disagree.
Stern and stubborn, yes.
Yeah, we're both kind of stubborn people, but we eventually got to the point of, yeah, let's just agree to disagree. Neither one of us is going to give any ground.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm doing research on the Lehman Russ, trying to find out what type of rounds it uses.
The shooty kind.
It's because I'm a very heavy tank nerd, and also I was trained to be a 19 kilo crewman on the M1 Abrams in the military. So because it uses a smoothbore gun, if it uses conventional rounds, that thing should be stupidly inaccurate.
Just to let you know, if you're gonna try and apply real-world stuff to it, you will be sorely disappointed. Keep in mind the heavy mortars that Krieg uses shoot uranium rounds.
Oh, that's actually a common. You know, that's actually realistic. The M1 Abrams uses depleted uranium.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a mortar.
And also, by the way, Asmogan,
A mortar loaded by hand.
I have discovered
How heavy is a uranium round?
Depleted. We use depleted uranium rounds that I hand loaded under 5 seconds on a 120 smoothbore gun.
Isn't uranium supposed to be ridiculously heavy?
It is.
No, it's just very dense.
It's very dense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's self-sharpening. That's why we use it, because it's
Is
uranium.
the whole round entirely depleted uranium, or is it just the core of it, like just part
It's
of it?
a tip, because it's
Okay,
self-sharpening
that makes
because it keeps going through.
So it's
And
just
also
the
the
tip
armor of the M1 Abrams, one of its layers of its composite is actually made of depleted uranium because it increases the durability.
I was under the impression that uranium rounds weren't practical because to load by hand because they would be like fucking 3 tons.
If it's like a massive
There's a lot of shit out there, man.
mortar.
If you do a lot of research on like military tank design, you'll find a lot of crazy shit. You are trying to make tanks that could survive nukes, tanks that were nuclear powered.
I designed Arleigh Burke class destroyers for the Navy for a bit, but I didn't work on the weapon systems, so that's the closest I can like relate to is working the Arleigh Burkes.
real quick, Asmogan, I might have found something that might make me change my opinion on it. There's talk of a New Vegas 2 being made.
Oh no, that's gonna end in disaster.
Oh boy.
Because my big problem with New Vegas was the ending. It was so underwhelming, it wasn't funny, and it kind of just...
Wait, weren't you the same guy that me and you had a long-ass fucking debate about Mass Effect 3 and how you enjoyed the journey, but you acknowledged the ending wasn't the best? And then you debated me, and you the one who made the point, as I recall, that, well, shouldn't the ending not affect the journey? So if your big problem in New Vegas has been the ending, and you're the one who made an argument to me that the journey is what matters most.
You remember my full argument for New Vegas? Because
partially
Fallout 3 had the same problem, but they fixed with the Broken Steel deals. Fallout 4 does not have this problem. Fallout 76, this does not apply to. After you beat the game, it's just kind of over and done with. There's no, like, exploring what happened after you're done doing all this shit, and it's just kind of like, oh, cool, I get to start back over. And yes, there are mods for it. I know that, but again, Broken Steel DLC, they could have done something similar, but no, that's too fucking hard, I guess. But, you know, with New Vegas 2, that also, they could add on to that, and you can see the effects of New Vegas. And actually, one of the things I will say is I'm kind of curious to see what they made the canonical ending of New Vegas be. Probably NCR.
I hate to agree, but I really don't. I always wanted it to be Caesar's Legion.
Well, they're either going to make it NCR or Mr.
I would take Mr. House over the NCR. NCR are just a bunch of bitches. I mean, I've played New Vegas 4 times. And the first time I ever played, I did what everybody did. Well, I think everybody did. Which was the standard, oh, okay, NCR. I'll still never get over the fact that the NCR hired a guy who literally used a joke pun line to get hired. They said, do you have a degree in theoretical physics? And he said he had a theoretical degree in physics. And they hired him. This is the level of incompetence that makes my eye twinge.
That sounds like a Simpsons joke.
But it's a key plot point of fucking
the NCR storyline. Yeah. And this is why Black Isle Studio Fallout.
Hey, you're gonna pretend that Bethesda made nothing but gold?
No.
No, if we're gonna go with a ratio of 90% good, 10% bull for Black Isle, but then we're gonna do 90% bull, 10% good for Bethesda, I think I know which one I'll choose. Thank you very much.
Of the Bethesda studios, I would say the best one would be, for me, probably 4/3. Obsidian is on its own with New Vegas, and then Black Isle Studios has 1, 2, and Tactic. I just like the customization better. I love customization systems. That's my thing. It's my crack in video. Fallout 4 had a much more intense customization system. Settlement building, customizing weapons and armor. So that right there.
I mean, I think I like customizations to a degree.
I turned with mods, fucking Starlight Drive-In into a military, and it was one of the coolest things. And it took me I think combined 100 hours to do. That's the shit I love. And you couldn't do that in Fallout 3. Not saying Fallout 3 is a bad game. I like Fallout 3. Well, just couldn't do that. I just prefer systems like that. That's why I like 76 so much, is the crafting system. It's not because Fallout 76 is a great game. I don't think I've ever made the argument that it's a great game. I don't think it's complete and total garbage. I think they really screwed the pooch on release, but I don't think it's garbage.
I think when a game crashes that much, has that many bugs, I think it's completely fair to call it garbage.
I think when that game has that many bugs, it's safe to say it's Bethesda.
And of course, that's always the fallback defense.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm not saying it's
acceptable, but I'm implying it is.
No. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but it's kind of become the meme with Bethesda.
Yeah.
If Bethesda releases a game, it's going to be a buggy mess. Fallout 3 was a fucking buggy mess.
Yeah.
Kind of is.
Well, nowhere near as bad.
No, nowhere near as bad. I'll give you that. It was nowhere near as bad. Fallout 4 was debatable about how Fallout 4 still has fucking bugs like it's nothing. If you don't fucking get the right mods. If you get the Fallout 4 unofficial patch, then it's... I don't think it's right that it's a better experience when players fix the game. I agree with that. I wish we could go back to the time of late 90s, early 2000s when they still did games complete.
Yeah, when they fucking finished a game before releasing it. What a concept.
I made them worth the price point.
Well, it's expansions were okay. In the case of Warcraft 3, you had the Frozen Throne. In the case of StarCraft 1, you had Brood War. That's fine. That's one.
Yeah, those were DLC you had to buy at the store, and they were full campaigns.
No, they were not DLC. See, here's
they were downloaded. They were downloaded. It's just they weren't downloaded over the internet. You download them off a disc.
Okay, no, here's where I say the difference is. They're not DLCs. They're expansions. They themselves are their own individual thing. They're their own individual story. They're their own, bullshit thing.
I think it's
adds to the main story.
Thank you for the super chat, BC. Thank you for the super chat, BC. Thank you. Guys, don't fight. I just finished watching one war in a Discord I'm in. I don't need to see another. Well, you gotta understand. We've been having this debate for 2 years straight.
Pretty much, yeah.
We're probably gonna be having
And
this
it's not-
debate when we're both old.
And the cows come home.
We're both good.
And the
We're both
cows
gonna be
left
70
for-
years old. I like applesauce. I still hate Fallout New Vegas. Shut the fuck up! And I know I'm gonna be that kind. Like, I won't be that kind of old person just to fuck with people. Ow, I just blew my ears out.
How'd you blow your ears out?
Final Fantasy 14 finally fucking started. I don't like that they're playing the basic, Final Fantasy theme. Like, I love the basic Final Fantasy theme, but it gives me Final Fantasy 7 PTSD. For anyone who doesn't know, Final Fantasy 7 is my favorite in the series, and Eris's death to this day will make me cry.
Same.
Like a little girl. And the fact that the rumors that I've heard is they're changing that in the remake makes me not want to play the fucking remake.
Well, as far as I understand it, the remake is not as much of a remake as it is a. It's weird because well, not even really a reboot. There was a reveal in the game apparently that it's actually an alternate timeline.
Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. What world were you on again?
I'm on Crystal, that's the data center, and Marlboro's the server.
All I see is like Primal Behemoth, Excalibur, Exodus, Amphrit, Hyperion, Lamia, Leviathan.
You see Crystal on the list?
Well, piss. Oh well. Eeny, meeny, miny, fuck it, Lamia. I hate those enemies. Lamia, one letter away from being something completely different.
Real mature.
I mean, I'm not wrong.
No, you're not. But real mature.
Do I make a furry just for the
Depends which furry. There's only really one in the game.
Mikotes?
That's not a furry.
Those are furries.
No, they're not.
Then who is the furry?
Hrothgar.
I can't play Hrothgar.
That's right. You gotta buy the DLC. You gotta pay the monthly sub fee for that.
Race really makes no difference on the class, does
What? Race? No,
Race
not
really-
really. There is
Okay.
a stat difference, but in terms of how it'll affect anything, no.
Oh, good.
Like certain races do have micro better start, but literally you won't notice it if you were to compare them.
Okay.
I dare you to be a Lalafell.
I'm not being a Lalafell.
Become the potato.
Embrace potato.
Channel the potato.
Potato.
Ponder the tater tots.
Yeah, by the way, don't let the cuteness of the Lalafells trick you. They are the most evil race in the game.
Now you say that, that makes me want to play them.
They are goblins. They look like cute little babies. They literally run all of the economy in Ul'dah.
All
They run the banks. They run the guild hall. They run everything.
they run the black market.
They do. They do actually. Hell, some of the.
So they've cored every market. They are Wouldn't be surprised if there's like a hive mind that's monopolized everything.
So yeah, I did see the design of the new of the tank rounds for Demon Rods. Yep, those are conventional. Yeah, those shit will not hit anything out of 2 kilometer ranges.
Yes, but they have the faith in the God Emperor on their side, and by his will.
They have the
They
power
were-
of God and anime on their side.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that is like-
because smoothbore. The reason why you use smoothbore modern day is because how we design tank rounds now. They're soft case. That means most of the entire round gets disintegrated when you fire it. You're only left with the bottom part, the aft cap, because you fire the tank round with an electrical charge instead of with a bolt system. And what's inside of the round is just either a chemical weapon or a hard or a kinetic round, which is just a giant long rod that has a fin, because that's what stabilizes to make it stupidly accurate. So you don't depend on the barrel itself to be accurate. You depend on the round, the design of the round, for it to be accurate. If you want to use conventional rounds, you need to make the gun rifled, because you will be dealing with hard casing at that point.
Well, you're dealing with people who literally just we would need a tank, so they kit bashed a bunch of like World War I, World War II tanks together and called it good.
You know, its engine is literally a copy paste engine of the not the Black Panther, the fucking Panther tank.
Well, yeah,
The
the
German.
I think is the British Mark I from World War One.
Pretty sure if you
Yeah.
look at anything in GW's line, and then look at a catalog of other miniature companies from back in the day for like World War II stuff, you'll find you're kind of shocked by the carryover.
Or not shocked, depending. Yeah.
No, well, because knowing tank design, this is not the. If you take the tracks off and you just take the shape of the hull is not a bad design. You're just gonna
Like I
have to
said-
make it a little bit longer.
Yeah, like I said, they literally just took like I said, they took the hull and the chassis of the British Mark One, and then slapped like a World War II era turret on top. I think.
To be fair, you also got to factor in that the miniature design is also partially designed the way it is to fit on the tabletop games. So it's not too big so that it causes too many issues while moving your units around. Unless you talk about the lore description of the Lehman Rose.
I'm talking about the lore description. I know I get the problems with the models. One other thing, the turret is too cramped. A lot of big problems why we design now very big turrets is because it's called crewman fatigue, and also it makes it much harder to reload the main gun. The easier you can make it for the crewmen to operate this machine, the more they will perform better in combat.
And that's why, it's why most military vehicles don't even have keys.
Yeah, we don't use keys. We have we press
same.
when we start up the M1 Abrams. We hold it for like 1 minute, then you hear the engine start up.
Yeah, like that's how it is for the Humvees, the tanks. Pretty much all military vehicles don't have keys. I always love it when I love it when I explain that to some people. It's like they're like, "Really? How do you prevent people from stealing it?" Well, preferably you keep it not fueled when it's, in a bay at home.
And there's
In a
ways
barracks.
to dismantle it. And there's ways to shut off the vehicle from being turned on.
Yeah, you can jury rig it.
yeah,
Also, big other rule: don't leave it, with ammunition.
Seems obvious, but I'm sure somebody screwed up that particular
Well, to be fair, if it's like if it was like back when we were in the Middle East, which feels weird to say, by the way. But back when we were in the Middle East, leaving them fueled made sense because it was an active war zone or an active combat zone. Sorry, because war zone has a different connotation.
They would not leave an M1, but I do see them leaving a Bradley, but not an M1 Abrams because the armor on that thing is classified, so they will make sure they will recover that vehicle before anybody finds out about it.
Yeah.
As for us tankers, we don't know how much protection the armor actually gives us. If the armor plating breaks, if the armor plating breaks, and we like take a picture of it or say anything about it, we actually will end up in federal prison for that.
Same for some things I worked on for the early Berks. Did they make you sign that fucking giant ass NDA?
I have no clue.
Like, did they ever? Because they did it to me
Yeah.
when I got hired on. They handed me like. I described it as thicker than the Bible. Just this thick chop of paper, and the whole thing was one NDA.
Nah, for us, because I was a soldier, I was the training to be a tanker, so we just did a lot of forms about like
you didn't have to do the you didn't have to do the civilian contract. Okay, yeah. That makes
not because I'm not a civilian contractor. I was trained to be a soldier. That's what I was.
I was a civilian contractor, so I suppose that's the key difference.
Yeah. Then also
Bigger
the ones
liability.
there's this other that us tankers need to know about our tank. Then there's the tank engineers that know more about repairing the vehicle. Note to self: never date a tank engineer because they'll fuck up your tank if you end up bad in the relationship.
Oh,
Duly
LAV
noted.
25 is BIS for tanks. So Kiwi said in the chat. I might start my day tomorrow with a Elden Ring stream and then do more miniature painting in the afternoon.
So, if this is all this features is for my redesign of the Lehman Russ I'm making. I will make it to have actually the round that we use, what's called APFSDS, Armor Piercing Fin Stabilized or Scarding Sable Round.
Gotta love the military's acronyms.
It's a fucking destructive weapon. It's designed to basically keep going through penetration no matter what, and it actually self-sharpens. And also it's designed to break apart, so basically becomes a giant shotgun shot when it goes through. With spalling.
Like birdshot?
Oh no, birdshot, we actually have a round for that. It's called the canister round. It holds 1,000 BB pellets that weigh more than your hand. And they're like less than the size of an inch. That's for anti-infantry.
I think I'd just shoot myself in the head if I was up against something like that. It's like, yeah, this will be faster.
I think that's the heaviest round to load action. That's the heaviest. Then there's heat, high explosive anti-tank. That's a chemical round. That means that its purpose, it doesn't use a kinetic penetrator for the tip. It uses a chemical one. So it uses a hard plastic or really soft metal. So when it hits any armor or hard surface, it does a chemical reaction that turns the tip into plasma in nanoseconds as it penetrates through. But they're gonna put that type of round out of service because they created the MPAT, which is the multi-purpose anti-tank. That round has a radar system inside of it, and you can switch the tip. The tip, it has it's rotatable and it has the 2 letters for air or ground. When you rotate it for air and you have it set it for that, you can shoot at anything that's flying, and the radar will sense it and explode right near it.
So what you're telling me is just the tip.
Yeah, just a tip. And if you change it to, you only can switch it once. After you switch it, you have to use it like that.
Okay.
And
people
resist
can only handle
saying
the
bow chicka bow wow.
Sorry. I'll turn back on my maturity meter.
Yeah. Well, There's a lot of dick jokes when you evolve yourself around tanks because it's a competition between countries who has the biggest gun sometimes.
And that's been going on for centuries.
Yeah, it is. The Russians had a 152mm gun on their heavy tanks. We had 155 by 3mm. We beat them.
It sounds so petty sometimes.
It is, but it's funny though. It's amazing. But it's not the millimeters. It's by the length actually. How you use it. Because short barreled are what we call Hauptweisers, basically to lob shells, but longer barrels are for high velocity. So those are actually for penetration.
It's not the size; it's how you use it.
And also, it's the type of round you use, the fillers. Like, there's so much you have to take into account before designing a good gun for your tank. The British had a tank called the FV4. I think it's 202. It's nicknamed the Death Star. It has a 183mm gun. The turret is so big it actually has a normal human-sized door at the back.
They named it the Death Star. I feel like Disney's gonna sue if they find out about that.
No, it's just what fans call it. It's the FV4005 Stage 2. If you turn the turret sideways and you shoot, you have a high chance of flipping the tank over. It shoots a dedicated explosive shell called HESH, which is High Explosive Squash Head. Its purpose is to use a very soft tip with an explosive filler at the back, so when it hits any bunker or any hard surface, the explosion don't do anything outside, but it will cause a shockwave that will crack anything inward. So basically creating any armor or any bunker inside that cracks into a fucking giant shotgun blast. But the outside will be fine. It will not be damaged, but inside you'll be fucked up.
Well, okay.
So the flatter the armor, the less damage it does, but the more angled it is, the more damage it actually does to something. You know the Russians designed a tank that's designed to survive a nuclear blast?
Does it work?
It's called the Object 279. It's nicknamed the UFO tank because it looks like a UFO.
Like a saucer?
Yep. Let me show you.
I mean, we developed a plane that looked like that, so not surprised. The VOT's like 273 or whatever.
Oh. Here you go. This is what it looks like. It's in the voice chat text.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I definitely see more tank to that than UFO.
It's just because of the hole. It has the it was designed to survive nuclear blast. That's why it's shaped like that, very very streamlined. The physics for it is actually very high for it to actually survive that. Because they have been tested, have tested before to see if tanks can survive nuclear blast. And in Australia, they did an experiment where they used a British tank, a Centurion. They dropped I forgot, I think it's a 5 megaton nuclear bomb onto it on point blast, and it survived perfectly without a scratch. Only had radiation, that was it. The entire vehicle was functionable.
That's when you know an engineer has done their job. And definitely deserves a raise.
Yeah. The Royal British Engineers. Then us in the United States, we were designing tanks to have nuclear engines.
It's funny. Our civilians are absolutely petrified of using nuclear energy.
Because they're idiots?
Oh yeah, because they're idiots. But we are implementing nuclear tech elsewhere. And nobody bats an eye.
Yeah. Nuclear energy, oh no.
Oh no, it would make things so much
this-
better and we would be less energy dependent on other dumb shit.
And it's so, and you know, oh no, so much safer, and has killed far fewer people in accidents, and has a massive amount of return on investment and energy. Oh, the humanity.
And anybody that brings up Chernobyl, or anybody who brings up Chernobyl always forgets they were doing an experiment because they were fucking not only that they skip a few steps because not only they were sleep deprived because the Russian government would not let them take breaks. And look what happened.
And it was like it went for a really long time, and they basically for understand, the Russian government wouldn't let anyone, you know, admit that anything was actually wrong.
Yes, let's overwork and overwork the people that are in charge of a fucking nuclear station. That will turn out great.
And as usual, the Soviets fucked it for the rest of us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here you go. Here's a picture of what modern tank grounds look like.
I'm gonna have to call it a night there. My hands are getting shaky, and I'm really losing focus. So, well, thanks everybody for hanging out for the stream. I hope everybody enjoyed, had a good time. I'm gonna call it here. Have a good one, everybody, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, have a good one, everybody. Bye bye.
Night.